So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel it for their body. And if you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. 'Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. It'll kill when I'm desperate. If you catch my drift. Next to me, come on.
things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay we can set the world on fire, fire. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VCT China Stage 2. We're still here in week 1 and with me today is Grammys. I'm Catch Me Outside and we've got some bangers today. Starting off with Nova versus FPX. Grammys, how are we feeling about that?
Ooh, I'm honestly pretty excited for this one because I don't really have an idea on how exactly they'll perform, right? Because both these teams kind of showed I would say a bit more lackluster kind of performances in stage 1 itself, but they've had some momentum, especially for Nova, who did win an off-season event. I think it was the
China
CN Evolution Series, yeah. So perhaps they could bring a bit more momentum into this stage 2 itself. And we did see FPX just play the other day as well. So I think they managed to win their series 2-0 up against Trace Esports, who honestly are no slouches themselves. So perhaps we would see, I think, greater things for these two teams this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they had a pretty rough stage 1, especially Nova going 1-4, winning really only the last leg of that stage against Wolves. And FPX only really had a marginally better stage in stage 1 as well. So these are two teams that struggled earlier on in the year, but now they've made some significant roster changes, bringing in players from teams that you would consider a bit stronger, at least earlier on, and they're looking to bolster the experience that they have with some more of that firepower. Now coming into this match, to me, it's pretty even. It is pretty even. On paper, maybe if you only looked at stage 1, you would have FPX a little bit ahead in terms of the odds, but at the same time, look, I think if Nova can keep up the momentum they had in that off-season event that you mentioned, this could go their way.
Yeah, I mean, Nova, they brought back a player from EDG as well, CB, I believe, and I think he was one of the players that before he left Nova itself, he was one of the star players in a sense, and I feel like I'm not sure how exactly bringing him back would kind of affect the team, because now they do have like a bit of a larger roster, so we won't know exactly who's going to be playing. But I think we can kind of make some assumptions. The IGL Tian will be playing. Perhaps Swagzor, the one of the duelists that will be playing as well, who had a pretty good performance in stage 1 itself. So I think this definitely could be pretty interesting. And like you mentioned, FPX on their side, they did pick up some pretty big names as well, I would say. Coconut as well as Cellular, they both, Coconut was from JDG, who I think they did pretty well in the stage 1 itself. Unfortunately not really able to make it to the Masters London towards the tail end there. And Cellular himself is from Trace Esports, who again they've made some international stages as well. And looking at the roster here for Nova, again it is going to be, I think we can see like the starting 5 up here is Zier, CB, Tian, Swagzor as Guang.
Yeah, Swagzor's back. I mean, he was taken off for a little bit during that Evolution series as well, with Obon taking that spot. But, I mean, he has looked good for this team, and CB coming in. I mean, this guy is very experienced at the highest levels of play. And speaking of FPX as well, you mentioned Coconut, you mentioned Xiaolele, both incredible players. Coconut didn't really have the best time at JDG, but I remember him absolutely popping off when he was on XLG. So if he can return to that form, especially, this team has absolutely will be able to take it up at least one step here against Nova. But this is an important game. They did prove themselves against Trace, going 13-3 on Summit, I think. Oh no, Sunset, and then 13-9 on Summit. Your favorite map right behind you. They were there just a week ago, a few days ago, in fact. So if they can keep that form, Nova might be in trouble. But if Nova can bring themselves back to the form that they found themselves winning Evolution, going up against teams like JDG, TYL, beating all of them to win that series, if they can keep that momentum and that form, FPX might be looking at a brick wall here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty interesting to see new maps like Summit and maybe the Sunset come back into rotation, right? Because it's a pretty exciting time overall. Summit is, I think, a map that not a lot of teams has really figured out how exactly they want to play yet. FPX was one of the teams that actually picked it up in their series against Trace Esports, which I find quite interesting, right? It means that they have some sort of game plan on that map itself, and I feel like it kind of shows as well. I mean, I was looking at the game from a few days ago. You could see that Yang himself, he had some like pretty nerdy cypher trips, pretty ratty cypher trips on the A side, which was just like on the ledge. And if you're not careful enough, if you don't like look through the VODs and make sure that you know exactly what you're heading into, it could be in a world of hurt. I mean, if you're Nova here.
Yeah. I mean, they look great on both maps here. And now as we head into the skirmishes, figure out how the map veto's gonna go. Starts off pretty good for FPX here. Cetra wants to give his team the advantage. They're just having a good amount of fun here, going back and forth. But yeah, like you said, the FPX look good on both Sunset and Summit. Much better on Sunset than they did on Summit, but there were no slouches on Summit either, winning 39 again against a pretty good team of Trace Esports. So Nova, I'm not sure what their map picks are going to be, whether they want to at least avoid Sunset, where FPX look indomitable a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, if you do ban out Sunset, that leaves Summit open, and I don't know if you want to pick into that if you don't really have a game plan going into it. And I feel like at this point, Summit is just like a coin toss for a lot of teams, and Skirmish itself, it goes the way of FPX, Cetra taking it 5-2 against Swagzor. So coming into this, FPX, they will have that side advantage. And this is interesting, right? We have the map veto up already. Instantly you can see, I think that's Summit being banned out first, and then Haven being banned out by FPX themselves. I don't think they really want to deal with Summit at this point in time, but we will see your favorite map instead of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love three-side maps. You get so many interesting ideas that come through from these top-tier teams on three-side maps like Lotus and Haven, especially with the rotating doors as well, creating a lot of potential chaos. But After that, we're going to Sunset, a map that FPX absolutely love that they got the chance to play here again. 13-3 against Trace Esports. That is a dominant win, and a lot of confidence that FPX is gonna have coming into that second map, even if Nova are able to pick up that first map.
Yeah, and the comp that they played on the map is really interesting as well. They did pick up that double Sentinel comp, I believe, the Chamber as well as the Cypher. And if you have insane fraggers like Cetra, who was basically destroying, I think, Trace Esports just the other day, he has a 8-1 first kill first death ratio on the map of Sunset itself, so you can really tell that he's the one that's able to kind of find those first engagements for his team, making sure that no matter what, his team will always have the numbers advantage going into like any kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, Cetrod is one of them, and then Shaolele as well on his debut game for FPX drops a massive 21 kills on Sunset itself. So yeah, the confidence that they're going to have coming into that map is going to be a key factor in whether they can actually win that map. And if they win that first map, that's going to be game. So Nova, this has become a must-win map. Lotus behind me has become a must-win map for Nova if they want to take this the distance, if they want to potentially win this game.
Yeah, I mean, picking up Lotus, I would say it's definitely it's one of the maps where I feel like at this point in time, a lot of teams have already figured out how to play, right? You have the double controller coming in for most teams. I think more recently you have the double duelist that has been coming in for, I think, a lot of regions. I think China won't be any different as well. Usually you would see like a Raze or Jet. I'm just wondering whether or not Nova will kind of follow the same route of that double duelist competition, or will they want to favor like maybe a different kind of playstyle instead? Maybe favor the Neon over things like your typical Raze and Jet comp. And what do you think about this, Cats?
Well, I mean, they're not going to be too unhappy about Lotus. They played it twice in the off-season in the Evolution series, and the last time they played it was in the finals of that series against Titan Esports Club, where they won that map 13-5. So it's a map to begin a reverse sweep comeback, by the way. So that's a map that they're going to be pretty happy to play. Now, they didn't play double duelist the last times they played it, instead going for a singular race sort of style with double controller instead, the Omen and the Viper. So maybe they've realized, or they feel that that's a playstyle that they prefer over going with the meta and the double duelist that, you know, most teams are going to be running, or even the triple Sentinel that XLG like to run on this map. But regardless, I think there's a chance that they change it up, but I think more than likely, since they've won on Lotus, they've been undefeated on Lotus in the last couple of months with that single duelist composition, they might just stick to it.
Yeah, it would definitely make sense, right? Because why fix what's not broken? And I think if it's been working out well for them, I think it definitely. I mean, this is their map pick, right? It's one of the maps that they really want to be able to win out, because considering the amount of, I feel like, momentum that FPX would be carrying into this series itself from their win against Trace Esports just the other day, with that dominant performance on Sunset itself, I think if you're Nova in this situation, you really want to be able to win this out and try to knock maybe FPX down a notch in terms of their confidence, and maybe make sure that when they do get to Sunset itself, maybe they won't be as eager to go for those early engagements to make sure that they have that early numbers advantage. But I mean, if we do get to that map number 3 though, it's gonna be pretty interesting as well, because it's gonna be on the map of Split.
Yeah, I mean, Split is where all good games end. We've seen so many bangers ending on Split with double, triple, quadruple overtime. So I'm always going to be happy to see Split be the third map in any best of 3, or if it's a best of 5, even the 4th or 5th map. But I mean, it's going to be a very close game. Like you said, the pressure is absolutely on Nova here, not just in terms of winning this first map, but actually proving to the audience and VCT at large that they belong in the tier 1, especially heading now into 2027 with the rules of the league changing and the play-in aspect of this stage as well. They want to prove that they are a tier 1 team after having a rough stage 1. But now, as the players begin to enter the stage, it's gonna be a banger. Got Nova coming in first.
I think one of the stat lines that they were that they showed on the graphics earlier on was that I think Nova had a 24.5% higher win rate with CB on the team versus without him on the team. So could he be the difference maker for this team here? What do you think about that?
Oh, I mean, CB is an incredible player. Again, not the best season last year with JDG or earlier this year with JDG, but then last year with XLG, he was, with EDG, he was looking so good. I mean, he didn't make it as far in Santiago as they probably would have hoped. But regardless, he's an incredible player that can definitely elevate any team. It's just a matter of whether they're able to efficiently fold him into the roster and make him feel like he has those opportunities to pop off. Overall, though, I think Nova have shown that they are capable of winning against really good teams, against tier 1 teams. Yeah. It's just going to be a matter of whether they're capable of winning today and on this stage. It's completely different to win in an off-season event than it is to win on the main stage of VCT. It's a different level of pressure. It's a different crowd. It's a different end goal. And the start of being better in tier 1 Valorant is winning here today against FPX.
I will say though, I think if they, like you mentioned, right, maybe the pressure is a little bit less when you go in for those off-season events, but I feel like if they can bring in that kind of confidence that they did in the off-season itself, a little bit of soccer tricks over there by FPX. Really interesting. You can see the players walking in as well. I think for the FPX camp though, they have already won their first basically their opening match of the stage itself against Trace Esports, who are I would say still a pretty notable team. So I feel like definitely coming into this, they will be feeling pretty confident. Then I'm also like wondering what exactly do they want to go for on the map of Lotus, right? Because you can tell that FPX are a team that they're not afraid to experiment as well. I think at one point in time they even brought out a mix in, I think, stage 1. But yeah, you can tell that they're not afraid to experiment, even going for that double Sentinel comp on Sunset. So I will be wondering if they will be playing more of the meta style of gameplay where you have like a double controller or double duelist, or would they bring in something that's completely out of left field?
I mean, they're gonna have to change up their comp. The last time they played it again, FPX also played Lotus in that Evolution series, and that's the last time they played it. They got absolutely demolished by all gamers, losing 213 on this map, running that double duelist. So maybe they're gonna change it up. They did run a Neon Phoenix combo, which, I mean, the game theory behind that is a little bit shaky, so maybe they'll change it up a little bit, go down to one duelist, or maybe even change those duelists up so that they have a bit more versatility in that dive duelist with a bit more verticality, perhaps Jet, perhaps Raze. But regardless, I would be surprised, very surprised, if FPX don't change their comp, and the opposite again true for Nova. I'd be surprised if they do.
I mean, for FPX coming into this, do you think we'll see something that's like XLG triple Sentinel comp kind of situation, or is that a bit too far-fetched for you?
I think any team, which should be all of them, that watched Masters London should have realized that the triple Sentinel comp by XLG is more or less solved at this point. And unless XLG makes some significant changes to how they play it, which I don't think you can, because that comp needs to be played a very, very, very specific way, I think that comp is not really going to take you far. But honestly, I mean, I say it's probably unlikely, but it's not impossible, because that's the kind of comp that could work once. That's the kind of comp that you could pull out randomly and just completely throw an enemy team off guard and off kilter and just win randomly on a Tuesday kind of thing. But other than that, I'm not really sure. Plus, the type of player and the playstyle that FPX usually go for doesn't really fit in with that kind of triple Sentinel playstyle that XLG more fit in with. But I do think they have to change something up. That loss against All Gamers was quite has to have been disheartening, and that double duelist, or maybe they will keep it up, maybe they're really confident in their game plan and they think that was a one-off thing. But for me, I think that would probably change, and they did change it. They went down to that one duelist.
Ooh, this is interesting, right? Because this is double controller on both sides. The only real difference that you see is going to be that Sentinel Killjoy up against Vi. So, what do you think the major difference would be when you think about these two compositions?
Well, the biggest difference is that FPX are starting out on attack with that single duelist and that Vice. That's kind of a composition, especially with that Vice, that would work a bit better if you're starting out on defense, especially because Vice can absolutely lock down that C side and that B side simultaneously with the Taunts and the Wall, the Shear. So that's a bit of an odd decision when you're starting out on the attacking side, but that said, I am glad that they're changing up their roster because that double duelist just wasn't working for them, even though they did start on attack on that game as well. I mean, it's a difficult game to call based on the compositions. They're very similar compositions with a single duelist as well.
I think it would come down to how exactly they want to pilot their comps, right? Because the theory behind it will be pretty much the same because you have the double controller. You're trying to set the Viper up perhaps for some lurks, or maybe even your Sentinel up for some lurks here or there on the map. Make sure that you have map control and make sure that your opponent doesn't have that easy of a time gaining that map control from you from that neutral like map space. And yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty interesting. Like you mentioned, the double duelist didn't really work out in the favor of FPX itself. So now going on to that race is gonna be Xiaolele. I feel like it's gonna be I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, but I think it's gonna be pretty interesting nonetheless.
It should be, and as we head into this pistol round, you see here Nova taking a bit of space towards B. They want to be proactive, but they've given up A in lieu of taking that space in B.
A B trap outside for the defense right now, but no one's going to be there to receive that.
I mean, it's
Contact
looking
play
like it's
now.
going to be a flank. Oh no, they're going back. They've heard the noise, they're making their way towards A. They want to get there before FPX start that exec, but they're not going to make it in time most likely unless FPX take very long. They don't, they're in already, and it's a free site for them to plant as they now, Nova, have to do a full 5v5 retake. It starts quite fast though. They don't want to give up this space at all. Comes through, Svaxo gets the first one, he keeps going, he gets the second one, the Bandit doing work, but there's trades coming in. FPX get 4, they're ahead, leaving 1, the only one remaining, but look at the HP on the members of FPX, they're low. They're gonna work together though, they want that double peak, he gets just 1 before Kovac gets rid of him, winning them that ever important pistol round.
That looked a little dicey for a second. If he was able to line them up, I think the Sheriff would just take them both out, considering that they both tagged down pretty low, right? Then, yeah, you can see the buff Bandit looking pretty good so far. Swags are able to find 2. You can see the attempt at the fast retake to come through the flood from Heaven itself. Unfortunately, not working out too well in Nova's favor. FPX taking up the pistol. Now they're able to afford this buy, and it is a pretty hefty investment at that.
Oh, what an opener from Xiaolele here. Getting a quick kill towards A side as the rest of his team default, waiting for that aggression out of B.
Yeah,
Second time now that Nova's done this.
Yeah, just waiting for any kind of contact up B, but I don't think FPX just want to go walking straight into that close range fight. Perhaps privy to what they could do with this kind of composition, the paranoia and the double swing from the raise and the fade. Definitely could be dangerous. So FPX again going to play it slow, figure out where exactly the players on Nova could be, and then decide from there where exactly it is they want to go. It seems like A will be the port of call, but they do manage to catch out Setrot. That's the lurk dealt with.
They have that A side once again. This time, the retake is going to come in from their flank with 3 people behind there and only 1 member CB coming in from CT. But if he gets caught out here by Ayang, that could hamper this retake significantly. The door will be opened. Xiaolele getting into that position with the Outlaw, gets the first kill. He's ready for a second. He gets that. He doesn't know that there's another one in tree, but it's washed by the remaining members of FPX. There's not a lot that Spexor can do. Can CB activate in CT to get something done? As Spexor just continues to take chip damage little by little, his health whittled away as now the spike takes faster and faster and time simply runs out. Oh, is that an ace? Nope. Hey, save it. What?
No, I was a little bit worried because Kovac dropped down and he had a Phantom. If he lost that Phantom in that situation, it would be a little bit disastrous for FPX, but nonetheless, they only lose out on that singular member of Cetra. That's not too hefty of an investment because I think he only had a Sheriff in his hand. So coming into the bonus itself, it's looking pretty good for FPX as they start to build up towards these ultimates as well. Cellular just one off of that Showstopper, which definitely, if they try to contest for this ARP here and try to pick it up for him, it could just give FPX a lot of firepower coming into this bonus round.
It's a nice teleport across to get a bit of a double peek, and that nets them a kill. Kovac getting the first one on the Cheetian. I don't know if our down numbers here on this bonus round for FPX.
Oh, but look at this, Cetra already making his way up B. They still want to go for this mount fight though, and Spexor is just right around the corner. Can't land the shots. It's Ayang who picks up 2 instead.
A devastating fight towards C Long here for the side of Nova. They're going to be down 3-0 if the remaining 2 members of CB and Guan can equalize. But that is a tall task to ask of them. As FPX now slowed down, expecting a bit more aggression out of C. Or rather waiting for Cetra to make the move first. He does get taken out though by Guan. And now FPX pounds, taking that space towards C. But it's a 2v3 all of a sudden. It's winnable for Nova, and they have to win it.
And this is their buy. Heavy investments all around. Spike plant coming through for FPX. Now all they have to do is kind of play the post plant, figure out where exactly Nova are going to be retaking from. You can see the regroup coming through from both CB as well as Guang, both coming in from the CT position itself. Not really being watched for just as of yet. They're still trying to figure out where exactly they are, but the retake will come through with the Showstopper though.
That is a devastating Showstopper, but it doesn't hit at all! How does that not hit? But Shaolala's bullets unfortunately do connect, and as Coconut cleans up, it's a 3rd round on the board for FPX, a bonus converted. Oh, it's rough for Nova.
Yeah, the one round where you have your Killjoy over on that A site instead of just trying to hold down the C as well as the B sites, it doesn't work out for you because you just have Cetra walking up B. You have the C fight coming through with Kovac going in for that TP play. They're not really expecting that kind of swing from both sides in a sense, but look at this setup from Nova though, a 1-4 and they're trying to go for this A contest instead.
They do want to take some control, and they do keep doing these stacks, but FPX just refuse to bite. The bait that's been laid out in front of them and falling into that trap is just not something they are keen on doing here as they stack towards C, the weaker side.
And this actually looks pretty good for FPX, right? Because you note that Nova are trying to fight out of A. That's quite a bit of util invested as well from them. Make sure that you don't invest too much while they're trying to take that space, and instead use it to reclear that space like they're trying to do now.
There's a lot here for Azir to do. He can't quite get it done, so he TPs away and gets himself to safety. But it does seem to be an A push here. The door opens, the exec begins, and Azir has so much to do on site here. He is reinforced somewhat by GTN as Swagsoul gets no 1 but 2. Shaolele finally puts him down, but that's a lot of damage, and now Guan gets 1 as well. How are you making this work with the weaponry that you have? Shaolele jumps into sight, gets control of it. The plant finally goes down as the door comes to a close. Unfortunate sights for Azir and Cheetian as they're both taken out. CB, the last one remaining with a Sheriff in hand, has 2 people to kill, both with significant upgrades in weapon.
And high-low setup is great as well.
Doesn't quite work out for him, but a valiant effort from the side of Nova. Unfortunately, the gap just keeps widening. Difficult game that Nova have found themselves here against FPX. I mean, it was great on site. Multiple sheriff kills, 3 in fact, but unfortunately as that door closes, CB finds himself isolated, separated from the rest of his team. Exception from A-Link, unfortunately they do get taken out, but now here they have a buy yet again. Nova this time in the right side, stacking the right things. The showstopper goes out, gets 1, but the rest of Nova get 1 each. Kovac the only one, make it 2, but Azir's here for the cleanup. Satrod, the only one now left in the side of FPX. A rare side, a side we haven't seen before in this game, where FPX are now absolutely on the back foot on this round, off the back of a great read from the side of Nova.
It's like kinda stuck in no man's land as well, being watched for by 2 players, and CB even has that flank if Cetra tries to go in for the B side instead. Great shot coming in from Azir. Nova will pick up the first on the board now.
That's a big round to win on that first buy in a while that they've had. It's only 3 rounds. 3 rounds is certainly not insurmountable, so this is still absolutely a game that we have on our hands, but FPX now want to stabilize a little bit, regain that lead, that gap that they had built up.
We'll have the economy to reinvest into this as well. They're good for maybe 1 or 2 buys perhaps if they do lose out on this, but regardless of Nova now on the board, that should give them a little bit more confidence to play into this, try to contest for a bit more space towards A. In fact, Prowler does spot out Ayang's position, and there's a Prowler from the attacker side instead, trying to insert Kovac into a more cheeky angle perhaps that Nova might not be expecting him in.
FPX don't really want to commit to an angle just yet. They're taking their time poking and prodding into different avenues of the map, trying to figure out the setup that Nova have going. Remember, they like to stack Nova, so FPX may have realized that and are trying to figure out where they've stacked so they can hit the weakest side. Unfortunately though, Nova this time have gone for that 2-1-2, and as Vaxo gets the first one, gets the second one. FPX find themselves devastated before they can even make their first move.
Yeah, that's a spike down once again. Have to try to find different avenues back into this. And Kovacs has already been spotted out, taken down by 210 as well. Just 2v5 situation. FPX and Cellular tag down so low as well. Don't think you really want to try to contest into this, but Nova hunting though. 210 good for another. It's all up to Cetra now with 20 seconds left in the clock. Trying to preserve the weapon. Can only get the 1. That's just a consolation prize. And Nova will find themselves with a second on the board now.
The gap is closing now, and again, remember, this is a map that Nova absolutely want to win before they head into that sunset. And now they're making it work. It did start out a bit rough, but these rounds have looked clean. They've looked controlled, composed, and really well read.
You can see that the contact play coming in, right? Once Swexor gets a little bit of information, the Nightfall comes in, the Paranoia comes in, making sure that FPX aren't able to fight back into this. They aren't able to get the trades right after the kills that Swexor got. And this time, perhaps a bit of a change of pace. A set play from FPX is from the shadows straight into the CT position, catches CB off guard. And that's going to be opening up the site. Swexor so much to do right now. Pink shots to come through, Nightfall as well to push him off the angle. But still, he's trying to go for more. Cellular shuts him down though.
That's a difficult situation to be in when you're holding an op, as Azir gets a kill in that flank, opening up the round for that retake. A 3v4 on the table here for Nova to perhaps win. But FPX definitely look to be in the stronger position as Azir sends out that blind. Charlotte gets 1 with the showstopper, but Guan and Azir get 1 each. It's a 2v2. All of a sudden, the numbers are equalized. How much more can you do? Can you actually get this retake done? Unfortunately, Guan goes down, and as Azir tries his best to spam the wall, Coconut manages to tap the head. And that's another round for FPX finally getting themselves back into this game.
TP straight into the spawn. It's insane, by the way. And you could tell, like, when they popped in from Waterfall and you want to go in for the retake for, I think it was Guang and as well as the Omen player, they were trying to re-clear out that space, right? But there's just way too many angles to look at because of the pathing that FPX were taking to get to that C site itself. And even though they were playing it, I feel like pretty standard positions in that post plant, that high-low on top of the boxes and elbow, it still kind of caught Nova off guard and they weren't really able to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just using all of that util in that succession, in that order, against the uphold in C was also a massive part of that round. Just getting him off that angle and then killing him using that prowler as well. Really good stuff from FPX on the attack here. But remember, that was a alt round technically, and a key part of winning that round was that from the shadows from the Omen. So without that, can they do it again? I mean, that's going to be quite tough. Nova have been getting themselves back on this defensive half. So if Nova just keep that same strategy, that same form that they had in those 2 rounds that they did win against a non-alt round, FPX might still be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, FPX, I think they really want to make sure that they're able to cycle these ultimates well. They do have the Steel Garden available, definitely take the weapons out of the hands of Nova if they so choose to. This time, again, the setup going to be to that A site for the Killjoy, but Azir opening the door catches Kovac off guard as the Omen gonna be down for the count for the side of FPX.
An interesting idea though from the side of Kovac. Usually that teleport that from Shrouded Step comes with another member of his team on the other side. This time doing it alone, perhaps to fake it, but instead getting caught out and losing his life as a result. But now, a big fight here in C Mount. 2 members of Nova wanting to hold this. 3 members, in fact, with Swagzor in this cubby. But FPX don't bite. They're just leaving. They're just going B.
If they open the door now, it could be a... They might be able to isolate a couple of fights here and there if they caught the timing, but no, it seems like gonna be a full B hit coming into this. We're all gonna be tripped by Swagzor as the rest of the players of FPX will make their way onto the site. It's gonna be a 5v4 retake into this. And in terms of utility, you don't really have too much up just as of yet. Steel Garden just to deny that space from being taken, and Ayang wants to go for a fight. Takes out Guang, equalizes the numbers now.
I mean, Guang wasn't even hit by the Steel Garden, and now Coconut gets one and through the wall as well, and he's aware of CB coming in through Link. CB, Swagzor gets 1 each, and all of a sudden it's equalized. Citra gets 1 as well. CB and Azir have a 2v2, but once again, they're just too isolated. They're too separated. Nova just unable to play together in these 2v2 scenarios, with each of those members dying individually in 1v1 fights instead. And that's another one on the board for FPX.
Taking that space with the Steel Garden was a great idea, even though they do lose out on the first member, not expecting that door to be opened from Nova right there. They're still able to stabilize themselves after they do get that spike plant down and that and equalize the numbers off the back of that. And even towards the tail end there, you can see that despite them kind of being isolated 1v1s, they were still able to kind of hold a cross for each other. Now it's going to be Nova on the back foot in terms of economy.
I mean, a devastating round to lose there, playing so individually when you have the numbers on your side as well. But now FPX heading towards that A side with only 2 members there, and if Hobbit does not get cleared out here, it might just be, and it was, but you know, Azir is able to get out using that Shrouded Step. But as Swagzor takes some space in mid, they know they're going C. Surely.
Out of space, that turret will give it away though.
Oh, Coconut has absolutely faked them out, keeping 2 members still on A side as the rest of FPX now begin. An incredible exec. Chitan does get 1. He is spotted out now. and forced to retreat with a little bit of chip damage done as well. But look at FPX, they're coming back. They want to fight him together. They kill him, and they're going back to A? To B? Yes, it's B.
FPX on a world tour right now, just playing Nova like a fiddle, keeping them in positions that it's so difficult for them to try and fight together now. Isolated fights all across the board for FPX if they manage to get the timing here, and Nova, they don't really have a choice but to kind of swing into this, perhaps try to break the economy of FPX just a little bit more. But I think at this rate, you don't really want to give the out orbs away so easily as well. As I say that though, it's gonna be a bit of a back and forth in terms of trades. All up to Guang now in a 1v3. I managed to isolate the fight through that dark cover, but now two players playing together for FPX.
Oh, that's certainly a save. Now that you've picked up a gun, or you're going for it. Well, looks like he is going for it. It's a 1v2, 13 HP remaining. Doesn't quite get any damage done. Instead being taken out by that outlaw on the hands of Shalala. It's looking a bit difficult again for Nova. Still stuck on those 2 rounds that they got in a row that they look really good on, but not really able to recapture the magic that won them those 2 rounds.
But you gotta think about it though. Nova, even in the 2 rounds that they managed to win out, I think it was with the help of the Showstopper, as well as there was another round with the Nightfall as well. So now that they do have a couple of ults up, we could see them try to contest for this A space once again like they did before.
A bit of a fight early in A, and then an immediate rotate from Shalala towards B, recognizing that FPX do contest for that B, but only do so momentarily before they leave and go to C. And it's a good read, but unfortunately, they're lingering a bit too long at B.
It's interesting now, opening the door, perhaps feigning the pressure towards the B side, trying to keep these defenders in place, but I don't think with A not being cleared out, they're able to expect this though. Nightfall to come through, that should sell the execute now, and the reinforcement should come in for the defense.
An attempt to get that kill through the wall, but the Showstopper comes in, gets Satron. That's 1 down, but Guan gets a second one as well before CB gets 2. Finally taken out by Shalala, who's now left alone in a 1v3 that he absolutely cannot win, as Chitian gets Nova the 3rd round on the board. It's a 4-round difference, but if they can make this a 5-7 half, oof, that's good.
That would definitely be the best scenario for them right now, especially if once they switch sides. I mean, Lotus itself, it's such a attacker-sided map, right? With I think overall a 60% win rate on the attack, if I'm not mistaken, if the stats are right. But yeah, look at the side hole coming in again. It is with the help of the Showstopper though, so now they don't really have that tool in their back pocket. How exactly do they want to play this out? Perhaps try to go for a bit of fights. The money not looking the greatest in the FPX camp, and Azir will take full advantage of that.
Citra might have a timing here as he sneaks past the watchful eyes of 2 members of Nova. Can he get one? No! He turns around and he's spotted. Citra now misses a golden opportunity. Fortunately, that might be the round, but the rest of FPX still in it, still fighting towards that A side. 3 guns still on the side of FPX. As now Shalala gets onto site, he might be able to get one. No, Azir gets one instead, and now it's all falling apart. 3 members left, caught out this time by Guan. The timing is good. Azir snaps to the head. Huh? He's got 2, 1 through the other. All of a sudden, it's a 1v3, but it's a difficult 1v3. He still only has a sheriff in hand.
He's all watching that angle. You can see on the minimap, all 3 of them just staring straight at him. Swings into that firing squad, will get taken out, but I think for FPX, it was they were really stalled out, right? It just gave a lot of time for the reinforcements to come in. You can see them not really being aware of the positions that the opponents could be in as well. Now it's just mechanical for Nova to just isolate these fights and win them out.
My fear, however, is that 7 might be enough for FPX, especially with their Vice for their defensive half. But they're going for that play again with that from the shadows. He gets the first kill. He's being spammed. He doesn't want to give it up. The paranoia comes through and he's made it out alive. He gets the smoke down and he's going to reposition. The smoke doesn't bloom in time to cover him quite fully. As now Young goes out, he doesn't get the kill. Swagzo's movement is difficult to read. Gets a third. And the round, as soon as it began, as soon as it looked good, comes essentially to a close. Unless Shaolin can go absolutely ballistic, of course.
He is one off of that showstopper though, so if he's able to isolate a fight, that would be great for him, but I don't think Nova are really keen to give him any kind of fights here.
It's a shame that the spikes dropped in trees, and that's a difficult place for Shaolin to get to recover that drop spike. He does manage to get himself into this position, but he has to clear it out very clearly. He's worried about flank. He doesn't know anything. Any information. He has nothing to work off of. Ooh. Get the nice little peek. He does get the first one. He doesn't quite make it work as Swagzo gets a 4K in the round. A monumental performance to keep Nova completely and concretely in this game.
It looked great at the start. Kovac was able to keep himself alive, but just shy of a little few more seconds perhaps, and Swagzor stepping up for his team, finds that 4K. That's pretty much, I think, the best position that you would expect Nova to be in right now, right? They were down, what, 2-7, and they still managed to bring it back into a 2-round differential now. And coming into the attacker side at half, I think Swagzor, with that momentum that he's garnered for the past couple of rounds now, I think would be definitely I feel like he would be one of the key players to look at in this attacker side at half.
He absolutely has to be, especially how good he has been with those showstoppers as well. Again, we mentioned it earlier, some of those most important rounds that they won were off the back of those showstoppers as well. So incredible stuff from Swagzo as I guess we got the FIFA World Cup at home here.
I do love the activations though that they have at the venue.
I mean, the production at VCT China has always been leaps and bounds ahead of every other region. It's been so insane that makes me so excited for Champs Shanghai as well. And that's another thing that these teams probably have on their minds as well. All of the teams in VCT China thinking ahead to Champs Shanghai, qualifying to a home crowd event and doing well there has to be one of the most incredible feelings in the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the home ground, like, you have the whole crowd cheering for you essentially if you're able to qualify for those kinds of events. And I think each and every one of these teams here, they want to be able to try their best to make sure that they're able to make it that far, and it starts from here. I mean, for both these teams, they didn't really have too much of a wave in stage 1 itself. Now coming into this, you can see the fighting spirit for Nova coming alive now as they managed to get the 5 on the board. Last couple of rounds going their way as well. That should mean that they have the momentum coming into this attacker side at half of theirs. Etc. though is going to be holding down the C side.
Oh, it's a great double satchel exec into this C side as Swag. So again, continues to show his prowess on this agent, taking on these independent execs and winning them out nonetheless. As Nova now take the side, get the plant down, leaving FPX with 3 people left to retake with.
Trying to sniff out where exactly these players will be playing from, to get a bit of information that perhaps Elbow is compromised here, and a bit of pot shots to come through. The flash is great, but the shots are even better as Guang and Qiutian make themselves known, and the scoreline, pistol round going the way of Nova right now as they bring it to a 6-7 scoreline.
Swagzo still pulling his weight, absolutely, but no, FPX looking a little shaky now, losing this pistol round in a fashion that you wouldn't have expected if you had only seen the first few rounds of this map. I mean, Nova look much better, and that pistol round is so essential to equalizing because now they have a chance to actually just get themselves to 7-7.
And I wanted to point out the toxic screen as well. It's not your typical toxic screen where it's like cutting it across the A side, right? They put it for C just so that Swagzor can get the position into the top box right there to get himself a kill. And now they do have the weapons advantage coming into this, playing together as a unit, just one player of CB over on the opposite side, trying to fish out a bit of information on where exactly these players of FPX will be.
They do have a completely clear side to work with here, unless unless FPX are able to rotate much faster than they are doing. So instead, they will get that plant down most likely. But wait, they're leaving. CB's made his way into C.
Hold on.
I can't keep up with this.
Wait, this is insane. The pump fake for Nova, opening the door, trying to just put some pressure on the players of FPX. Now, I think they know that C side has been compromised, so you can see the pings coming out as well to make sure that they try to clear every single angle that's possible. They do spot out CB, and he's not really able to find a kill off the back of that, but still, that's going to be the spike planted down on that C side nonetheless. Oh, the shot through the smoke, the Kovac as well.
I mean, it's an incredibly difficult retake that doesn't have any teeth, it seems, as every member of Nova gets taken out. Incredible shots from Swagzo as well. It's so flawless, and honestly, calling that a pump fake is an understatement. They put up the shot. They grabbed it inches from the rim and then ran it down to the other end of the court. What the hell was that?
I mean, FPX clearly not expecting that at all. I mean, you would think as SPX, right? Once you hear the door open and you see the icon on your minimap right there, oh, they're going to go to A because we don't have anyone on A. We don't have the information at all. So they just have everyone move house to that side of the map, and then when CV walks his way into CT itself, they realize suddenly, oh, C is compromised and we don't have any players on that side of the map either, and it's just a whole mess now coming into this, though nobody do have that Nightfall that I'm looking at into this bonus round.
It's an important bonus round for both of these teams. FPX especially need to win this. They can't be letting themselves get bonused by the weaker buyer. Swagzo doesn't quite make it into the side. The sheer wall does prevent that, but a fake and a rotate towards A seems to be the play. Ooh,
this time they do have a bit of early information though. Kovac is just sitting on top of rubble right now. Paranoia at the ready to just make sure that he doesn't fall to any aggression that's coming through for Nova. Well, for Nova though, just trying to play the contact right now through this toxic screen. Paranoia to come through. Kovac will make it out alive, but he's being chased down by Swagzor, who satchels himself into Cellular instead. Kovac was there for the trade, but the trade is even greater from Nova.
What a play from Swagzo. Doesn't expect a second, but gets him anyway before being taken out. And as the equalizer comes in from Coconut, they're not going to wait for this plant to come down for the retake, but Coconut's kind of alone. This is a bit of a risky play. He can't get back up. Unless they've added something to Fate that I'm not aware of, like an updraft. He's stuck in that position for the rest of this round, waiting for his teammates. But fortunately for him, Nova aren't particularly interested in fighting him. Waiting instead for them to come defuse. Spotted out is here. Don't get too eager for this one. Spotted out by Guan as well. Ayang gets onto Azir, gets a second CB. Now equalizes. Molly comes through. The Nano Swarm brings Coconut down to 7 HP, but the regen shields will bring him back up to 31. But the time's ticking away, and CB has done incredible to get them the bonus round.
Just playing the time to perfection there. They win out on that bonus. You can see that Nova, they're not too keen to try and fight that isolated player, perhaps privy to any kind of flood retake coming in from the heaven position, as you saw. And again, aggression from Swagzor completely catching them off guard. He gets that opening kill. that gives his team the opportunities to go for the trades as well. CB just buying so much time for his team in these last few moments. And again, they managed to win out a bonus, perhaps push it even further now that they do have that economic advantage.
Specs are having way too much fun at this point, and I mean, who can blame him? They're looking unstoppable in this half. 3 rounds in a row. It is a bit of a deja vu though. FPX were able to do the same thing on their half, on their attacking half as well, as now Nova get that seaside given up. Oh my god! What? I don't
What?
Okay, he gets 3. Okay. I don't know. Okay.
I don't know how they just lined up and then he just shot like what, 1 bullet and they just fell. And now they're trying to push this even further, taking the CT space away from FPX. Specs are good for another. It's going to be up to Kovac. Doesn't really have the weapons to work with. Tian will take him out. And now that is going to be that 2-round lead secured for Nova.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what happened in that kill, and I'm sure we'll see it in the replay. I mean, look at that. Just the most perfect lineup I think I've ever seen in years of watching VCT. I mean, that was gifted. Silver platter. That's your reaction? That's it? Let's go. Alright, let's go. Well, let's see if it's a mirrored half here. FPX did also start out with 4 rounds in a row, just like Nova have. Can they equalize?
Cellular up on that op now, trying to set him up for an aggressive peek here, perhaps trying to break the turret. But he's gonna take a boatload of damage instead, and met with the showstopper right in his face. It takes out 2. Coconut and Cellular will both fall. That completely opens up that B side. You can see the rotations coming in, but no, it's going to be that C call instead for Nova right now. And Kovac trying to isolate the fight, but C completely compromised for the team.
And another incredible showstopper from Swagzo. This guy's ults have been instrumental in getting Nova a lot of these rounds. I think every time he's had a showstopper, Nova have won a round off of it. And as now, Ayang does get one onto Guang. It is a 3v3, but it's a difficult 3v3 as CP gets the kill onto Ayang as well, leaving it a 2v3. Make it a 1v3. Kovac, how much can you do? That's a good start. But unfortunately, he is surrounded. Time ticking away. Faster and faster. He has to get a move on, and Swagzor, a 3k, ready for that peak.
Yeah, the opener as well as the closer of the round. CB playing off of that alarm bot to perfection as well. You can see right as the alarm bot proc, he just went for the swing and they were not expecting that at all. Again, for FPX, they were trying to set Cellular up for that op kill, right? But they weren't expecting there to be, like, what, 4 players waiting outside of B just to ensure that FPX are kind of kept in check, make sure that they don't go overboard with the amount of map control that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. As the coaches now talk to it, FPX's timeout comes at a good time. They absolutely need to be talking about this because while FPX did get 4 rounds in a row in attack, Nova now have 5. That's a lot worse because now FPX are going into another save round potentially that could make it 6 in a row for Nova.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly where, if you're FPX, you really want to start thinking about what exactly your game plan is for these next few rounds, right? Because Nova, they're already on double digits, so you really don't want to give them any kind of inch anymore, because if you do give them an inch, they will take a mile and they will take it all the way indeed. Nova, 5 rounds in a row on the attack, not dropping a single round so far on this attack, and perhaps looking to widen that gap even more.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I mean, it's looking really good for Nova here.
This is a interesting setup from the defense, though.
Yeah, they're stacking that side. They got that weaker weaponry. They want to take those trades if they can get it.
Nova into an open B site now. See, mountain space just means that FPX are able to work with the door, try to go for a bit of a flank play here. I don't know if Nova would be expecting so many players to come in from the angle, but Tyrion does find one through that toxic screen already.
That's a great opening kill gifted to him. Guang gets another one as well as CB gets one, and Cetra the only one able to get one for the side of FPX. The weaker weaponry not really giving them any leeway into this round. They're just stuck in main with a lot to do, but no means to do it.
Used to be a done deal, but looked a little bit dangerous for a second. Young finds the one, but Guang, good for the 3k. That should give him that Viper's Pit to play with as well in the next round. So these post plants for Nova, they're already looking great, right? But they could be even deadlier with the Viper's Pit that Guang has.
Yeah, I mean, they lined up once again for Guang. I think they see him and they think they just gotta line up for him. But it's another quick double kill for him as Nova get themselves up to 11. Just one away from match point and looking unstoppable. But it's a buy round for the side of FPX. And an op on the hands of Shaolala, who gets Rexo midair! Takes him out, and that's an important kill to get as Cetra gets a second at the cost of Shaolala's life.
You're able to isolate and fight onto Azir though, so no more smokes here for the side of Nova. That just means that FPX kind of have free sight lines wherever the Viper is not. Ayang still playing in that Viper's Pit of his, holding down at C side for his team. You have information on B as well from Kovac, just holding it down to that main, and that seems to be where Nova could be looking towards. So Kovac kind of wants to try his absolute best to hold on to the space that he has.
He's a little concerned about a push from B main as well, as Nova now just make their way into that A side. Getting a plant down here could make this round doable even with the numbers at his advantage, because retakes are a lot harder than just holding. They want to get they don't want to get over eager here. They don't want to overextend. That Viper Spit does go down. That increases their chances significantly. A shot and a half from CB, getting that kill through the wall onto Kovac, equalizing numbers. And as all these ults start pouring through onto the side, Nova find themselves in the upper hand with that lockdown.
That's 3 ults being used at the same time, by the way. Steel Garden being used, but the lockdown given over to the hands of CB just ensures that FPX have no way back into that A site. Even if they do get the site itself, you still have the Viper's Pit to deal with, and the Nightfall does great in just staving them off as well, and Nova will find themselves on match point.
It's a great time to pull out all of your ults and get that round secured, because now you're up to a match point. And even if FPX start winning a string of rounds, all it would take is one minor mistake from them for you to close this map out. So it's a great time to use results as FPX now use their second and final timeout of the map to try and pull themselves back together. They would have to win 5 in a row just to get us into overtime.
And with the hefty investment in the last round itself, there was an Odin, there was an AWP. I feel like FPX, they might not have too much economy to work with this round, which is definitely way more dangerous for them as well. The potential of giving this map over to Nova is... FPX they're kind of like stuck in a rock and a hard place right now, right? Because you did invest quite a number of ultimates in the last round to try and win it out. This time around, where you're in a do or die situation, you don't really have the same kind of luxury anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they haven't won a single round on defense on this map yet, so Nova are looking unstoppable on attack, especially, I mean, you said it, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock is named Swagzor and the hard place is named Guang. These guys have gone absolutely crazy in the second half, and they're making this look very easy. It's a fight to
In the favor of FPX though. Space being taken to A, making sure that Nova have to re-clear the space, invest a bit of util into this, but Nova not really taking the bait.
A bit of a default from the side of Nova here as they leave the spike behind, but now picking it up and heading towards C with a bit of a fake Prowler presence towards A. But that B side is quite difficult. The Vice is dead. The showstopper comes out from Charlotte, gets nobody. A bit of a premature out there, a bit of an odd decision, but it doesn't matter as Satron and Kovac get 2 on side. Guang, the only one able to get a kill on the Charlotte, and the spike is lost in C.
There seems to be a trend of people leaving the spike in unretrievable places, huh?
I mean, it seems to be. This is
I mean, it's being watched for. Look at this from FPX right now. You have one person on a box and then 2 holding a high-low on the opposite side. This crossfire is just so deadly that I don't think you really fight into this. This Nightfall, I feel like it's a little bit overkill though. I don't know about this. You can see coming in from the flank, CB trying to find an opening back into this. I don't think he will be given the luxury of doing so as it's being watched for by Coconut. A couple of potshots as well. They want to try and fight into this, but Kovac is just quicker on that trigger. Picks up that 3k and that should be the round win for FPX as they live to fight another day.
Very concerning ult usage though from the side of FPX. A showstopper and a Nightfall invested into a round. The showstopper, okay, a bit excusable, but the Nightfall is confusing. Very, very confusing and concerning. It's 20 seconds left. The spike is deep in C. You got 4 people there. Why are you using an incredibly important ult? Oh, that's weird.
I mean, Nova they gotta be pretty happy that they got the Nightfall out of the way, right? So coming into this itself, in terms of outs, there's not too much to write home about for both these teams. Just from the shadows on both sides, and it's all out brawl over on this A side. What is this? Kovac picks up 1, but the rest of the kills goes the way of Nova. 1, 2, 3, 4. They will be all falling like dominoes, and Cetron is just playing retake simulator at this point.
I mean, they win that. They win that fight if they had a Nightfall. I'm just gonna say it. It's crazy.
That is true. That is true.
They just
I wonder where it went, huh?
I'm not really sure what happened there, but I think off the back of that, FPX are gonna find themselves down a map and hoping that their performance on Sunset is gonna be as good as it was against Trace, unless Setrod can come up unbelievable. He doesn't. It's Nova 13-8, an incredible win after a very shaky start at the start of the map. But they're now heading into Sunset where FPX have a chance to equalize, but it is a great start for Nova into this game.
Yeah, I mean, for Nova, despite, like you mentioned, Kat, the shaky start that they had, I feel like they just were able to win out so many rounds of the attack, right? And I feel like for FPX, if you get comebacked on like that, it's definitely not the greatest for your mental, especially if you're going into Sunset where you should be confident, right? Because you had a really dominant performance on it just the other day, but now you're not so sure. Perhaps what if I feel like there's gonna be a lot of what ifs in the minds of these players right now.
Yeah, I mean, the only consolation prize is going to be, for FPX, is going to be, hey, look, we are okay losing this map because we are very confident in our Sunset. The downside, though, is that confidence could turn into heartbreak if they're not able to keep up the performance they had against Race, or if, unbeknownst to them and us, Nova are also really good at Sunset, or perhaps they've anti-shredded them or something of that sort. But they gotta be confident going into this next map. They gotta shake this one off. It's okay. We're still able to win this map. It's a 3-map game. They just gotta shake that off.
Yeah,
but they can't be ulting like that again.
Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like they started getting a little bit like antsy perhaps towards the tail end of things. They just were trying to find as much information as they could, and that led to them just using the ult in a not so great moment. But again, like you mentioned, confidence should be good for. Confidence should be the name of the game for FPX right now, right? Because even though you lose out on this map, it doesn't really matter. This is not the map that you picked in the first place. So coming into Sunset itself, you already have the game plan that you built around. I feel like your double sentinel composition, especially trying to set Cetron up for these opening kills, and I feel like that could be great for FPX here.
Let's go. 不是，今天我跟你说，最重要一点啊，就是你们在比赛里边的集中的时候，你们要注意，不管顺风逆风，我们要保持我们的交流的频率。大家就是有的时候你个人可能局面没那么清楚，但是你如果把交流做好了，我们局面就出来了，好吧？每个人，特别是光临一泽，连着，我们都要为秋天多分担一点，懂吗 ？OK，Let's go baby. Let's go. Omen leave. Omen leave. Yeah. Can dock. Flash. 给 TP。最大没动静，小 A。快。Go. Race man 80. For with you guys. One. Race man 80. 1 HP. 我速度。I hit him 70, bro. 速度。小 B， 我在晃看 B 呢 ，B 没事。道具回收一下吧，然后回了。没碎，A 边门没碎。可能没碎是吧？对。那你们看 A 大就行了，我看屁股呢。好。Nice. Go. Nice. 下不了。咦？ Hello.
Just having the time of their lives as they started to win in that second half. Only one round dropped in their attack half as well, and look at Swag. So this guy was unbelievable. Every time he ulted, it was a guaranteed round win, it felt like. Just incredible stuff from start to finish. Even when they weren't winning at the start of the map, he was looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, for Swagzor here, even though he wasn't really able to find too much in the opening few rounds, he's still able to farm up towards the ultimates, right? And I feel like one thing that Nova was really able to do well was try to cycle those ultimates as best as they could to try and turn them into round wins. And definitely for Swagzor, with the amount of kills that he had, he was able to farm up his showstopper over and over again. And you can see just the amount of insane value that it provides for his team.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And on the other hand, FPX not quite capable of keeping themselves together for the second half of this map, where they, again, the opposite, only really won one round. Looking disjointed, looking unsure of how to play against the way that Nova was going at it. But like we said before, we're now this was Nova's map pick, and a map that Nova has been very good at historically in the last few months, and a map that FPX haven't really been so good at. They even had to change their comp, whereas Nova kept theirs going. And Guan here as well, the second prong of Nova's attack here. Incredible. That 3k, I still don't know how that happened. But again, we're going now into Sunset, a map that FPX are gonna like, that they're historically been good at, even as recent as 3 days ago. So that's still gonna be something that they're gonna be thinking about going into this second map, hoping that they can bring themselves back into this game and take us to Split.
Yeah, I mean, for FPX right now, name of the game is try to reset a little bit, try to make sure that whatever you do in this in the last map, it doesn't even matter anymore, right? This is where it begins. This is like 0-0 for you, just a fresh start for you, and you already have that experience running this map, whereas Nova, they don't really have the same luxury of playing this map on this big stage quite recently. So I think that could give them an edge over Nova in this sense. But at the same time, I do feel like for Nova though, that does mean that they have some tape on how exactly FPX want to play.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see if FPX can bring themselves back into this game as we head now into Sunset next. We'll take a quick break for a bit, and then when we come back, it's Sunset, FPX versus Nova.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, bounce on the rhythm? ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm? Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets.
Welcome back. It's been a day and a half already, it feels like, as Nova take the first map of Lotus against FPX, 13 and 7 or 8, I think. And now we're heading in, 13 and 8. And now as we head into Sunset, FPX's map pick, they're looking to bring this back. I'm still Cats, with me is still Grammys. How are we feeling?
Ooh, I'm feeling really excited for this one. I mean, for the last match, the last map, right, of Lotus, I think it was an insane comeback coming in from Nova. They were down, 2-7, and right after that, the only round that they lost was a singular round where they kind of got snuffed out on the entry and they weren't really able to find the kills that they needed. But on the attack though, Nova looks so good on the map of Lotus. I'm wondering now, will they be able to bring that kind of momentum into Sunset, which is now them going into that enemy territory instead?
Yeah, and as we look into this comps, we see that neon on both sides. Definitely interesting to see these teams pulling these comps out. We do see double sentinel on the side of FPX here. That actually is the exact same comp that they ran last time when they won against Trace Esports 13 and 3. So they're not changing anything up. And I think you mentioned this during the break to me, that the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was on Sunset.
Yeah, it was on Sunset indeed, and it was an overtime affair as well. That was back in like 2025, and I mean, it went the distance, right? So will it be the similar kind of story here? I feel like will be the question. We did see FPX play their Sunset just a couple of days ago. We haven't really seen Novas in recent times, but looking at the team comp, I feel like we'll be in for one really explosive match here, especially with this double duelist paired alongside that KO that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time FPX want to get the lead early again, but unlike on Lotus, they want to hold on to that lead and not collapse in that second half. FPX on attack, Nova Esports on defense. Let's get into it. Oh my goodness, what a game it's been so far. Heading towards that A side on the pistol for the side of FPX.
Trying to get some early info with the 0 point. Doesn't really put out anyone. I'm gonna go in for a little bit of a jiggle peek now. Paranoia's exchange towards elbow, but neither of these teams are keen to just make the first move and fight into this.
Certainly true, as now the remaining members of Nova begin that rotate towards that B side. Don't want to be too eager. They're not completely committing to a full rotate. Unsure of whether FunPlus Phoenix want to actually end up here on this side. But as we see them creep up, it does seem to be the case. Preparing themselves for an explosive exec into the site here. TYL comes in, gets the kill through the smoke. Onto Azir. That's taken out by Swagsaw, and Chitan gets one as well. It's a 3v4. 4 people on the retake here. It's gonna come in very, very quickly. Coconut gets the first kill equalizing the numbers. He doesn't quite get the second one, but Zetron does. He gets another one as well, and now CB with just a little bit of HP, one body shot away from death, gets taken out by exactly that. It's a great start yet again for FunPlus.
Yeah, picking up the first pistol in this map. It's like how they did on Lotus. Great opening to just kind of shift the tides in their favor. Perhaps TYL finding one through that smoke was insane as well. And that was onto the Omen as well, I believe. So that just means in the retake itself for Nova, it was just that much harder for them to make it back onto that site itself. But you can see for Nova, I think the game plan mainly would be to farm these orbs for the Phoenix, because he's already at 3, and if he's able to get a couple more orbs, he will be just on that run and back already.
It simply has to be when you have a Phoenix on your team, but this time, unfortunately, he is going to be looking at a B main that's full of people. A teleport away, and they're still pushing. Swagso gets another one. He gets through. He doesn't manage to land his shots, and Zetron takes him out. That feels like a missed opportunity there. But he did manage to get one at the very least. And now there's 3 people here on this B side hoping to get a lot of damage done with the weaker buy that they have.
Yeah, and you can see FPX not too keen to try and fight into this. Want to figure out where exactly Nova will be, but CB catches another one off guard. Kovac will fall, running through the flames. The Cellular doesn't even matter, will get the trade in the end.
How are you guys getting all of these kills with these classics? It's another one on the board for Chitian. And now it's a 2v3. Somehow Nova have the numbers advantage. Perhaps a gun picked up towards mid as well as a spike taking forever to come down. It's another kill by Azir. How have you allowed this for this to happen? FPX find themselves down around, even though they had rifles on hand.
Free gun, by the way.
Free!
I don't think Nova invested anything into that. It was just all classics, and the amount of value it found them was just insane. They even managed to find their round win. Now FPX will be going into this. What was supposed to be their bonus is now turned into pretty much an eco round for them.
A happy round turned into a tragedy in the hands of these players from Nova, as now FPX try to speed up a little bit, but look at this fight from Swagso, devastating. Can we see a return, a revenge to Rifty here from the side of Nova? Perhaps, but CB notices that they've just left that A main area, and the rotates to B have already begun from both sides of the map. Less so, though, from Nova. Ooh, don't get timing. It's a great delay, a bit of chip damage done as well onto Kovac. As GTN now looks to stop this plan from happening and getting a couple of kills in the board as well. Oh, they're just coming through. They're all just coming through, and it's Guan gang with a 3-kill. One person left. What a shot from Zetron, making it look stylish, but ultimately ineffective as GTN takes him out.
And Guang and his 3Ks have been just phenomenal throughout this whole series. He did it on Lotus, he's doing it again on this map of Sunset. Despite FPX having that numbers advantage, the gun difference was just way too much for them to deal with. You can see them not really having the help to fight up against that Guardian that Guang had. They did invest to run it back into that though, so that FPX will be pretty okay with managing to get that out. But I mean, it is a 6-point out. It is pretty easy to be farmed up again as well. Zetron wants to go for an aggressive peek here. Tries to get the shot off, but it will go wide.
He's a little bit of damage in the process as well, and is pushed off that angle that he's just being... that CB is now just holding. That space has not been given up. So the stack towards B can hold pretty solid as Swagso does not whiff that shot onto Zetron. Takes him out, the upfight won. And now the numbers again on the side of Nova the positioning also on the side of Nova.
在那儿。
Regroup,
to A.
hit towards this A site for FPX perhaps, but Nova trying to hold them back just for a little longer with this dark cover. You can see the rotations coming in as well. No noise being made over on the B site just means that the potential for these FPX players to just walk up and take the site could be great. So you will have CB just playing on its side, trying to play spoiler, making sure that FPX, with this little time that they have left, they won't be able to just try to get to site and plant the spike.
That's a shocker of a whiff. Did not even look wide, but unfortunately, as much as the stun comes in, CB still manages to get one as Swag, so he'll miss once, but he definitely won't miss again. It gets 3 on the board with that operator, and it's another buy round gone for the side of FPX.
Yeah, FPX. You can see Satron when he doesn't really, when he's not really able to find those opening kills, they start looking a little bit more lost. They don't really have a direction on where exactly they want to go. You can see him just taken right out of the picture from the start by Swagstar, who himself picks up a 3k with that operator as well, like you mentioned. FPX now back down to that lower buy. You have the little bit of investment on the Stinger, but look at this triple peek in mid from the defense. I don't think if you're FPX, you really want to be swinging into that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're playing it perfect. They triple peek top mid and then they immediately disperse, knowing that once they've seen them in top mid, they're not gonna just keep re-peeking that. And now they've got a 2 people and a half a person towards B, ready to hold this side down. Fortunately, though, the wall does come through, and Central does get that opening kill this round against CB. Okay, Ion gets one, Coconut gets one, Azir, but it's still on the side of Nova. It is a 2v2, guns now picked up, 2 operators on the side of Nova. That's a bit difficult to retake with, especially with this tripwire all the way back here.
I mean, Swagslord does have that overdrive, so if he's able to find where exactly these players are playing, it could be great for him.
It's a great stun from the side of Swagslord, but it doesn't matter as he gets the first one. He doesn't go get the second one. It's a Bandit coming out on top. An important, vital round for FPX to get themselves back in this game. Yeah, I'll give that a thumbs up too.
The flash doesn't hit Satron and he just takes the head off of CV in market. You can tell once they have the numbers advantage, they are able to convert as well, despite the stun coming through from Swagzor. It's just a cosmetic one at that.
They did invest that overdrive into that round as well from the side of Nova. Swagzor pulling it out only to get taken out immediately afterwards. The out economy looking much better for the side of FPX as they now explore the map, trying to get a kill, poking, prodding.
No, I just want to hold on to this main space here. Satron on the opposite side of the map, trying to find a pick of his own. Might swing into Swagzor's operator, and like you said, he doesn't miss. And it's going to be the chamber taken out of the picture, and FPX not too sure where exactly they want to go just as of yet. They don't have too much space to work with, right? You don't have the B main space anymore. You give up A in the first place, but Guangdo, the spam is great from the players of FPX. It does open up an avenue now into that B side.
That is an unbelievable quick scope onto a sliding Shaolele as Swagzor gets his second operator kill in the round, leaving the spike in mid, and one more member Ayang here in CT. But he slipped the net. They might not expect him. He gets the first one, but he might not expect the second. He doesn't. Swagzor gets another one. Is a fourth one possible with the gun that you have in the position that you have? He switches to a Phantom. He's sliding in. He gets it. This guy is unbelievable.
point, he's just styling on them. What is that movement coming in? He knows that he can play the time right there. Doesn't really want to lose his life. Just trying to play it to perfection there. Wait for his team and try to cause a delay. Once he picks up the rifle though, goes for the slide, spots out the shoulder and the hands, and just goes for that headshot. And it's Nova again in the driver's seat, back to winning ways for them. FPX economy not looking the greatest. They did invest the tour de force in the last as well, so not gonna have it this round.
Nova with Swagso at the front and Guang at the rear look unbelievably good right now, but FPX, even with that weaker buy, are desperate to get themselves back in with a foothold by getting themselves up to 3 rounds here. It's going to be quite a difficult task though, with the significantly better weaponry on the side of Nova as they now head towards this A side.
Trying to come through. Curveball doesn't quite hit anyone, and CB is kind of pushed off of this angle. Doesn't really want to give his life up, and perhaps a rifle as well. But he looks to recontest into this, perhaps.
He's still back in this angle. He doesn't quite hit the shot though. He gets 2. I take it all back. I apologize, CB. You are incredible. A curveball thrown, strike 1. Another one thrown, strike 2. Comes through. It doesn't, but Azir does manage to get it. And now Ah Young finds himself all alone in CT. He's managed to slip the net again, but this time Chitan is aware. He's watching. Sound made. Swagso spots him out. Sun comes through. Shorty's out. He's hunting for it. Not given the opportunity. Ayan gets another one. Still 3 to go. Still with just a shorty in hand, and it's Guang once again cleaning up for the side of Nova.
Yeah, CV just refighting into that was insane. I thought he would just like kind of get that information and just leave, but no, he wants to refight into this, and clearly they're not really expecting him to just stay there when you have so many players walked up, right? And he's able to make the most out of that. Doesn't even need to run it back as well. So coming into this next round, I think the alt economy for the side of Nova looks pretty good right now.
I mean, you could not ask for a better start for Nova. Even though they lost the pistol there, find themselves up 5-2. A much better start than they had on Lotus. And we all know how that one ended. So how will it end when they start off well as well? It's a tough battle now for FPX. It is their buy round coming up next. And this is the most important round in this half for this team. If Nova lose this, they're still okay. It's only 5-3. They'll still have the ability to buy the next round. But if FPX lose this, it's 6-2 and they're back on a save. It would be a devastating and unbelievably difficult position to get yourself back out of if they were to lose this round.
I mean, Nova themselves were kind of in a safe spot on Lotus. So there definitely is potential for a comeback for FPX, but again, like you mentioned, it has to start from this round, right? This is basically a must-win round for them if they want to kind of have a say in this first half itself. You can see the heavy investments coming in for FPX as well. Citron now on that operator. Cellular perhaps wanting to close the distance a little bit with that Stingers as well as that overdrive. Try to force a fight somewhere, but that 0 point is going to get quite a bit of information.
Axel takes such an advanced position here with the operator in hand, and as long as he's posted up in here, the stack towards B can remain strong, can remain in place. And it's another op fight between Citron and Swagso, and it's again Swagso that comes out on top. He just seems to have Citron's number this game, and it has been such a thorn in FPX's side.
Yeah, I mean, one of the win conditions for FPX in the match against Trace Esports was Citron himself with the first kills, the opening kills. Now that he's not really able to find them, FPX again trying to do a little bit of exploring now. And Cellula's turn to hold up the mantle of the operator here, trying to swing into Swagzor, perhaps go for a peek, but no, they would just be stuck in a... I don't know. What do you call this? Like, they're just waiting for each other.
Swag's over and he still gets
no
it.
way.
He peeks first and he still gets it. I was just about to say, whoever goes forwards will probably end up losing that fight. But unless you're Swagster, I guess, because this guy is unbelievable. A kill does come through for the side of FPX. Well, look at the time. 10 seconds left. This plant has to start coming down now. A molly, a curveball, a kill, another one, and it's over. A 6th round on the board for Nova. A plant denied, and every avenue shut down.
Yeah, I mean, once Stage Road goes down, FPX start to struggle on where exactly they want to go, right? And in this round itself, they run the clock down so much so that all Nova has to do is try to play the time. With the run it back, it's just able to deny that plant completely from happening. The kills itself were just like, okay, it's like additional on top of that, but you're able to deny the plant, you get the round win, and FPX now is still able to go for a force buy this time around, but this is one of the rounds where they really have to make it count. 2 ults invested now. Swagster not really able to deal with the sliding Neon. Kovac good for 1 as well. Azir trying to find an angle up above, goes aggressive, finds the 1, but that's all he can get. CB now trying to spray through that smoke, but can't really connect onto anyone. It is going to be a 2v4 in this retake.
Very bold move from Azir for that teleport there. Unfortunately though, the speed of that take has left Nova stumbling and fumbling a little bit, leaving us wanting a little bit more in terms of that proactivity. But as FPX pull up themselves now to 3, it's not that bad. It looks worse than the score actually suggests. 6-3 is certainly not insurmountable. 3 rounds, that's something we can definitely catch up on if they just get themselves together and keep winning these next few rounds. It's a massive buy round to win though.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the change of pace from them, right? Because at the start, they were kind of reliant on Satron finding those opening kills. Now, you don't really want to rely on him anymore. Try to have Cialala make that space instead for your team. But that was quite a bit of investment as well. The Overdrive as well as the Hunter's Fury in that round. And they don't really have that in a round like this. So it has to come down to the gunplay here, perhaps. FPX, though, going exploring towards mid. Perhaps wants to catch Nova off guard. Go for this B split.
Swagster gets off the angle, gets taken out by Coconut. What a shot against an operator as the rest of Nova now attempt to hold this side. CB pushes out, Azir gets a kill from backside, and 2 members remaining on the side of FPX. Don't expect the re-push from mid. Coconut stranded in backside, taken out by Guang. And just as soon as a second chance of life is given, it is just taken away.
And his fire looking a little bit like it's gonna get snuffed out on top of the candle right now for FPX. It looks dangerous for them, right? Even though you get a space in the market, you get the opening kill. If you don't have that main control, it just makes it so much harder for you to actually make it onto the site itself. And with Satron on that op, it's not really able to deal with CB just running straight into his face right there. The Swags are well aware of the state of economy this round for FPX. Picks up the Outlaw instead of that operator.
A really good decision. Not a thing. Well, besides Shaolala, every other member of FPX are vulnerable to that one body shot from the Outlaw. Oh, where did that go? Come on, guys. You can't be losing and doing that. As Swagster gets not 1, but 2 with the Outlaw. Guang gets 1 as well. He slides in with a shorty in hand. Gets a 3rd one on the board. Coconut tries his best to get to pull himself back into the round. But it's a 1v3. He's not even going to check this corner. And he's taken out. She's 10. Okay. Weird recon.
I think it went to Icebox. I don't know about you, but...
She's still checking Lotus, I think.
Unfortunate of a miss recon right there, but it does work out really well in Swagster's favor. He's able to line them up, get 2 kills with that Outlaw, and for Coconut, despite his best efforts, it's unfortunately still a tough spot to be in a 1v3 like that, and you don't really expect Q10 to just be up in an angle. This time, change his pace with a defense, though, as Swagzor goes aggressive with that overdrive. Cetro burns alive, and they're just shocked alive by Swagzor as well. He's just going nuclear with that 3K now, and is again all up to Coconut.
He's 17-8. He's 17-8, Grammys. This guy is unstoppable. This team is unstoppable. It's 9-3. Even if you believe in curses, surely this one is a step too far.
I mean, when Swagzor is shooting like that, you gotta be scared. You gotta be really scared for your life. And with the composition that FPX are playing, I will say it does kind of favor them a little bit more on the defense just because of that double sentinel title, but you are running a chamber, so there is a little bit of a lack of information there, save for your trademark though. So I want to see how exactly it is they want to play this out, right? Do you still want to have Cetro just be set up for those opening kills, take those opening fights, and convert rounds based on the numbers advantage, or how exactly it is are you going to play this defense?
I mean, you have to. The only reason you play a chamber, whether it's attack or defense, is to get those opening kills, is to get that up in their hands, and to set them up in positions where they can, if they're not getting a kill, at least hold an entire lane by themselves with the luxury of being able to teleport out in the worst case scenarios. So unless you're doing that, the chamber becomes significantly less valuable than pretty much any other sentinel you could have picked up. So I'm sure that they're still gonna go for that sort of style, but at the same time, the aggression and the ability that we saw them do this on Lotus Nova, and now we might be able to see that here on Sunset as well. Their executes have looked unbelievably good.
Yeah, I mean, on Lotus itself, they only dropped one round on the attacking half, so coming into Sunset, I feel like it's still pretty attacker-sided, so I don't know. And I feel like this does not bode well for the defense side.
If you have 397 ACS, my god! Oh my god! The kind of stuff you see in like silver lobbies, this guy's doing it on the biggest stage in the world! It's an uphill battle for FPX, but it starts with this pistol round. They have to win this. Whenever it's a 9-3 curse, whenever it's a 9-3 comeback even, it always has to start with that pistol round, because without it, they're gonna be down tremendously and have worse guns to boot. That's a big shot though.
I believe it was a headshot onto Azir. Cetro catching the first kill. Gets the second as well. That's the double duelist taken out for the count. Goes for another. Wants to perhaps try to fight a little bit more, but no. Playing the numbers instead. Both players on the side of Nova tagged down really, really low, just at a sliver of health as they try to regroup into mid.
But there's a world in which Cedric here aces, and that would be such a... I mean, already 3 kills is a massive, massive boost to his confidence, which may or may not have been shattered by repeatedly walking into Swagzor on that attack half. But starting out like this is a great sign of life from FPX and Cedric in general. And if they can keep this up, I don't know, I might start believing in those 9-3 curses again. It's a bit early though.
I mean, you still gotta deal with Nova's potential turn of your buy round like they did in that first half.
Does not expect Coconut to be in that off angle, and as Azir is alone on the side, the remaining members of FPX just want to get rid of him and get this spike off the ground.
Really, really clean round overall to open things up for this half. And this is exactly what FPX needs, right? The confidence booster for Cetro, the pistol round win, more economy to work with to try and close the gap in, between the score lines. But again, Nova were able to deal with the buy round from FPX in that first half itself with only classics. So will it be the same kind of story this time around? I don't think Cetro really wants to let that happen. He has an outlaw in his hands, and you saw how he was aiming with that headhunter already.
You know, I'd love to see PRX versus Noah one of these days, to see 24K and Alex just go slam for slam on the table there. Crazy stuff. Yeah, FPX on the much better buy here. Should be a round converted, but this is how the first half started as well. Let me remind you, Nova won with all classics, so anything's possible at this point. They are heading up towards that CT through mid. Specs is already across. Ooh, kill. Oh, as he gets one though. The site is not empty. But there's only one person towards the side of B, down to just 37 HP. Kovac also down to 90 HP. Spots out Swagso, and Cetrot gets another kill as well. 2 members remaining on the side of Nova. A lot to do. That's a big kill, but wait, that's a gun pick though. Surely not.
That's a huge kill.
Surely not.
They're all vulnerable to the outlaw as well.
Surely not. Again. There's a trip. Guang has put down a trip. It does get broken, and as they come in now, the shots are whiffed from Chitan. Doesn't quite get the outlaw shot. He does reload though. He gets the first one this time. Does not miss. 2v2, holding the right angle. Why are you going up? Oh, the spike's up there. He has to. It's a bad plan. It's a weird plan. Why would you plan up there? Confusing
There was a
times.
world. There was a world where Nova take this round away from FPX again, but unfortunately for them, it won't be this world. The plant spot not working out in their favor. You don't really have the weapons to just spam through that smoke either. I think their consolation prize is the fact that they did manage to get quite a number of weapons off the hands of FPX, so coming into their own buy round now, it should look
Picks up nothing.
pretty...
Almost.
Yeah.
Just a couple of... a sheriff, a bandit, and a classic, along with 2 bulldogs that were saved at the end of that last round. But you just have to wonder, what if they had planted default? Regardless, like you said, it is a good consolation prize for Nova here, as they look to explore towards B. Oh, big fight here in mid.
Oh, no.
He doesn't
What?
quite get the timing right, but somehow Guang still gets that kill onto Kovac.
But look at the rotations from FPX. Oh, they're going
leaving.
back. Oh, they're going back.
They've overcooked their thoughts, and now they find themselves with just Shalala alone on this side. He slides back out, getting himself into CT, regrouping with the last 2 remaining members of FPX, Ayang and Cetrot. Oh, Cetrot just walked out. That's that's a choice.
Yeah, not one that you really want to be making right now against Nova, who are 1 round away from double digits. CB with that running back available, wants to go for more. Swags are taking charge instead. It's Azir who collects onto that kill, and Nova will find themselves on 10. And things are looking really, really dire for FPX right now.
They absolutely are, but on the other hand, things are looking peachy for Nova Esports. They look so much better. They look like a team revitalized compared to their form in the first stage of VCT China this year. They look like a different team, and it really is Swagso, I mean, and CB pulling themselves through, and I mean, actually it's just been the whole team. GTNs have had some crazy good reads as well on both maps, and now the rifles on both sides do equalize the playing field in terms of strength in numbers and weaponry. So it's a big chance for FPX to pull themselves together.
Our economy still favoring Nova though. You have to run it back available. Tian just 1 off of the null command as well. Perhaps looking to farm for it this round. That's a really deep trademark that will give a bit of information to FPX as to run it back. The execute will come through.
They just have to respect it. They've given up the side. They're holding towards market. No kills found. The Cetrot only takes out the ethereal form of CB, leaving him back in main as Swagso takes so much space towards CD. He might be able to get one, but it's Young that comes through, so ready for the aggression from Swagso, taking his head off, and now the retake is in a prime position for success, unless Guang can make something incredible happen, starting with Young, and as Cetron comes out, Charlele goes down as well, and Coconut is the second last member to go down, followed soon after by Kovac, and it is a clean round from Nova.
Azir goes unchecked outside of market, by the way. The amount of space gained by the run it back gave Swagzor and Azir great positions to be in, and they had to re-clear into this. Look at this, they're not even looking at him at all, and he's just so sharp. And he's able to find all those kills. Like you mentioned, it was a really clean round for them, and FPX now up against the full force of Nova with just these pistols. It's gonna be a tall order here. You do have the tour de force though. That's perhaps their win condition for this round, but Satron is not really given the luxury of peeking into anyone just as of yet.
Nova are just happy to wait a little bit, hoping that Satron takes this space or tries to or attempts to do so. And it's a great flash, unfortunately, for Swag. So Satron is just a little bit too fast, a little bit too smart in this round as she takes him out. It's a good start yet again for FPX. But there's a long way to go. A gun was not picked up off of that kill. And even though the Tour de Force is out... What are you looking at?
Wait,
what are you looking at? What? Cedric gets a third kill on the board, but I have to ask, what is Azir looking at as he comes out of that angle? Is this a tech pause, perhaps? Definitely a burning question in this round. Nova aren't going to be too stressed about it, though. It is off the back of a massive ult from Cedric, something that they probably won't be able to reproduce going forward. But no, I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about Azir as Guang gets his kill.
Yeah, no, I'm as confused as you are, but Ayang, a great shot with that Sheriff. Rifle upgrade for him. Guang has to do it all, and ace clutch with 13 seconds left on the clock, and a spike stuck in no man's land. He's trying to find these kills instead. Thrifty round to come through from FPX off the back of the massive tour de force that Seitrot had.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a tech pause, I feel. That certainly, I mean, there's no angle there that he's looking at. He's not got his smoke out, but it seems fine though. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll never know. Nova now heading towards A though. This is with 3 members of FPX holding in now. This time with rifles, with full buy, with full shields, with a great setup going. But Nova still managed to come out on top with not just 2 but 3 kills off the back of CB's double. And Guang and Azir clean up. I mean, they just give them hope and then take it away. It's cruel.
It's like every time you see signs of life from FPX, it's just completely snuffed out again and again and again. Look at this fast-paced play coming in for Nova. The skirmish towards that elbow position was insane as well, and Nova were able to just find those kills off the back of that glass cannon for Satron, not really working out in his favor this time. As to pick up the judge, don't really have the economy to work with, and but he's still able to afford some stuff, and it's an aggressive push for the defense this time around. Kovac and Ayang pick up kills of their own. Xiutian's just trying to salvage what he can now.
It's a great TP into tiles to get those double kills with a follow-up from Cetron as well. But all of a sudden, a 5v2 has turned into a 3v2. But Coconut is there to make it a 3v1 now. Quite difficult, quite impossible almost for Guang to win. I added the almost because this guy might be different. This guy might just break all expectations here. A full minute to work with, but the somewhat high-low setup in mid is going to be quite difficult to break. It's, well, they have to break it themselves. Oh, it's a dink!
It's a dink.
How? There's no way. Okay, he comes from the other
Surely.
side. He gets a kill on the Cedron though, so this guy is capable of the impossible. Unfortunately, it's a little too difficult as the reposition is just too difficult to deal with. What a TP. Okay. That's a lineup.
But it also seems to be a trend with people looking at walls now or something.
I don't know what's going on. It's the new meta.
Alright, another round on the board for FPX. Staving off the series point from giving from Nova taking the series here. Seems like they want to go aggressive this time around. They have the null command as well as the run it back to work with this time around. Done this before once, combining the two ultimates to try and get their way onto that site.
They're in. Cetron once again gets the ethereal form of CB, but that's all they can get. And look at the positioning. They managed to grab off of that ult. And it's kill after kill after kill. Not a single member of Nova going down until the very end, but it doesn't matter. Nova 2-0. Dominant here. Dominant against FPX.
What a showing that was from Nova. We were kind of questioning at the start, like what would their performance be like, right? Because sure they did win on that off-season tournament, but will they be able to maintain their form? And it definitely seems like they did in this whole series itself. Starting with the comeback on the map of Lotus, bringing the momentum into Sunset itself. It felt like this is, like you mentioned earlier, Cats, Nova revitalized in a sense.
I mean, if there was ever a question from stage 1, do Nova belong in tier 1 of VCT China? It has to be answered by today. It has to be settled. It's no longer a debate. Nova Esports belong in VCT China. They are such a good team, spearheaded by Swagzone, led by Chitian, and rear-guarded by Guang. This team is unbelievable right now. They are looking so good, and I would not be surprised if they make a deep, deep run here in stage 2.
I mean, would definitely love to see more of them, right? Especially with CB coming back in. I feel like he really did manage to give Nova the flexibility that it really needed. Because he was on Killjoy on the first map, he was able to clutch out a couple of rounds. Right now on that Phoenix, he's just able to farm out his running back so many times and able to support the aggressiveness of Swagzor on entering those sites, and they were able to find so much value off the back of that.
I mean, he was being denied the high five that he didn't want to give the high five. He deserves the high five. I mean, it looks so good. That Swagzor right there. Unbelievable on Raze, unbelievable on Neon. Certainly the most valuable player of this match for sure. But on the other hand, FPX, they do look a little shaky as we head now into the interview to see what we can learn.
Hello everyone, he is Nova CB. You guys warmed up a little bit slowly for the first map, but towards the second half you guys got a lot of really exciting rounds. So what was the reason that you guys were able to do this comeback? He says they've scrimmed a lot, they have seen a lot of different different rounds, so, and he has more experience that he could bring to the team once he came back, so they were not that nervous when they were behind. What is the biggest change for you personally coming back to Nova from EDG? He says he feels like he's matured in terms of how he looks at the game and also the roles he can play in the team. Do you have any goals other than results with the team? And he says he wants to at least get into playoffs and win a couple of rounds there. There's 2 new players that you're playing with now, so what do you think? How well do you think you've adapted to this new team? He says they're doing great now after a lot of practice and a lot of just hanging out. They're all on the same page. They're cooperating very well.
相信你们之后磨合的会越来越好的。那最后问一个比较轻松的问题，来到长沙
Have you had any good food in Changsha, or have you picked out what you guys are going to eat after this?
有没有选好了呢
He says there's a specific store with a chicken that he thinks is really good.
？CB 亲情推荐了。那最后让我们来用
They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw. That's the end of the interview.
来一起看镜头，3、2、1，好，谢谢。
What a game from Nova there. They just look so good. FPX struggling a little bit in comparison. But, I mean, what do you think, Gravis?
I mean, I like what CB said in the interview, right? He said he wanted to make playoffs and maybe win a few games there, take it like step by step, right? And I think that's a good mental to have, especially after the performance that Nova had in stage 1 itself. You don't really want to have too high of expectations of yourself to just make it all the way just as of yet. Just build that confidence slowly but surely, and I think it's been working out really well for them.
It's been working out incredibly well for them. I mean, if you had told me that this is what Nova Esports would look like just a few months after their performance in stage 1, I just would not have believed you. But they have looked so good, especially, I mean, look at these kills from these guys. Just unreal stuff. On top of everything, and the greeds are good too. It's not just mechanics, it's the macro, it's the micro, it's the util combinations, and it's the teamwork as well. They did look shaky in the first half of that Lotus, or at least the first quarter of that Lotus, where they didn't look like they were capable of playing together as a team. They looked rusty, they looked shaky, they looked like they were not comfortable together. But ever since they came back in that first half of Lotus to make it 5-7, they've looked a tier above FPX here. That's not to take too much away from FPX either though. They do still look better than they did look in stage 1. Unfortunately though, they have some work to do, at least for me, especially on the macro side.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they do need to figure out their identity, especially on a map like Lotus. Do you want to go for like aggressive play with the double duelist that you ran before? But we will hear from the key team calls from Nova right now.
No way. 他知道在前点了，不好踢。交给。中了给烟了。Wait, I can flash. 3, 2. They smoke mid, okay? Recon mid. In the smoke. It's okay. 9. Yeah. Take off. Go back. Go. 对，爆不了，我在爆点多死了。好的，我来了。我要偷人，你接着走，我去爆点。没有的，我走了。One more. I'm coming. It's 80 neon. Coming.
Neon 80 jumper.
To me. I go market. Going market. 打 B 了。我偷人了。打80neon。Cypher 打11。Do you hit Cypher? Inside. Coming. 爆点一个。I'm low. 我来两个 market。对。
On left.
中路有枪捡。我不捡了。
I think here.
哦，这接爆点了。
再
干，时间，把你去。Let's go.
念过。
我带。哎，阿铁。Oh, kill him. Nice. I think you should go. One only. Nice. Give me the bomb. 下他。Give me the bomb. Oh yeah. 好黑不？好黑。
Yeah, there's your MVP right there. 257 ACS, 1.6 KDA, and almost a kill per round as well. And this is just the second map. The first map, he was going even crazier, it felt like. And during that comms video, we saw perhaps the most impressive round from Nova and the most disappointing round from FPX, where Nova pulled out a 3-3 with just classics.
Yeah, I mean, in what world would you expect a free weapon to be able to just make that happen? No investments from Nova at all, by the way, but they were still able to pull it off. And I think it goes to show the amount of work that they've done to try and build that team chemistry, the synergy that they had. I feel like they were lacking a little bit in that stage 1 itself. I feel like this iteration of Nova, it looks really, really good from what I'm seeing so far.
It looks fantastic. FPX do have some work to do, but yeah, look at that. Swagso with 18 and 13. Guang with 16 and 9 as well. Azir 17-12, Shitian 17-9, CB 16-10. Every member of this Nova squad was pulling their weight and then some. They were looking unbelievable, getting kills that they absolutely should never be getting. And even though the first kills were the same across both teams, Nova won 13-7, and that comes to those mid-roundings. That's where the macro side of FPX really failed them here today, and what I think that they should be working on the most. When you get that early advantage, you can't be squandering it.
Yeah, I mean, even in situations where you do lose out on the first player, you can tell that Nova, they have the mid-rounding that's able to pull them back in a sense, and I feel like that's also a little bit of what FPX is lacking, right? Because you see when there's times where Citron is taken out of the round right off the start, they look a little bit lost. They spend like 1 minute wandering in mid, and then they decide to go to A, and by the time they get to A, there's 15 seconds on the clock, and they just run out of time. So I mean, they have to, I feel like there's a little bit work to be done, like you mentioned, on that macro side there.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it was a really good showing from Nova, a bit of a middling showing from FPX, but still a good one nonetheless. But I am so excited to see how Nova develops and if FPX can bring themselves back into this stage as well. They did beat Trace, which is still in a very impressive manner as well. They absolutely beat Trace. So they're still in it. They're still absolutely in it. And Nova, on the other hand, can possibly make a really deep run here.
I would definitely love to see that, right? And I feel like that's also one of the really nice things about VCT scene itself is like you don't really have expectations on who exactly is going to make a really deep run. You could be like JDG, could be Wolves this time, could be VLG. It's just anyone from anywhere, even TYL perhaps, who are going to be playing later on today up against Trace Esports.
Yeah, this region is absolutely impossible to predict, but there you have it. Nova 2-0, 13-8, 13-7 against FPX. They looked incredible. I've been Catch Me Outside. With me has been Grammys. Thank you for watching. We'll be right back with the next game.
就可能没有想那么快吧，就是确实可能当。就可能没有想那么快吧，就是确实可能当时只是在一些特殊场景下说了，就是可能会当上教练这句话吧，但是也没想到这天来的这么快，但是可能主要是因为身体健康吧，我觉得就是打职业比较久了，也需要给自己一个身体健康做一个后勤保障。
I personally thought I personally think that I wouldn't expect myself to be coached that early. But before I've thought about being a coach, but I just don't expect it to be that quick. And maybe being a coach this early is for my personal health reason. Yep.
就可能就是队伍的成绩也需要一定的保障嘛，就是因为我们现在可能在形势上，在积分形势上可能比较严峻吧，然后可能我们会更希望这个队伍会有更高的火力点，然后再加上可能我现在，就起码打职业也比较久了，可能算是有一点经验吧，所以说能在这个团队里边作为教练的话，还能帮得上大家，所以说也算是顺理成章的。
It's because he's been with us for a year, right? And he knows, like, maybe he understands more about the team. So I think he thinks that he can help us to improve more and better. It's because we have to do more in this stage too. So yeah.
首先肯定是有趣，然后。主要是有时候很多事情就是其实从上帝视角来说都能看得懂吧，但是真的作为选手的时候，有一些反而是最简单的事情也会看不透吧。所以说现在其实作为助教挺新鲜的。
He feels that there's a difference, of course. Maybe like in general, if you look at the game, everyone knows how to play, but like when you're in the game yourself, you actually don't really know what to do or like how to do. Yeah. So he thinks that there's a difference.
你吧。
你别这样，你别老尴尬。
理由的话，因为很多时候你是作为少尉嘛，你是脱离这个团队里边的，所以说如果现在作为教练视角来看的话，我经常能看到你的一些屏幕，所以说感觉准还是准。
He said I probably give him the most surprise is because I'm playing the Sentinel, right? So he often sees my POV and he thinks I'm pretty sharp. Yeah. I think as a coach, I feel like I understand more and learn more from him. It's because like he can focus more on giving us ideas and like how to play, you know, since he's a coach now.
其实我觉得没有什么难的，就一切都比较顺其自然嘛。就是，怎么说呢？有一些人可能，反正对于我来说是顺其自然。
He personally thinks that it's not hard. It's pretty smooth for him transitioning to be a coach.
这个赛段的话，郭亚明主要是主教，然后我是助教，一叶会是分析师，是更承担一些幕后的一些数据分析的工作，然后上台的话肯定是我跟首尔上台。
For the head coach, it's still Destroyer, and Viva will be the assistant coach. Ia is more to like the backstage, like the stats and stuff, like more deep.
我会更倾向于去做战术图和储备战术吧，然后Detroit 会更倾向于一些临场和纠错。
Viva focused more on the tactics and stuff, and like Detroit is more to like the mid round, yeah.
首先对于我们自己来说的话，肯定是提升我们很多临场不稳定的状态吧，然后也是提升我们的对枪质量吧，这也是一些最基础的职业素养。当然，其实另一方面也是，我们应该也算是备赛比较早的队伍了，我们这个休赛期是比较长的，所以说我们也希望在我们这么长的时间里边，把我们准备的这么充足的东西能展现给大家。
First of all, I think we have to fix our inconsistency. And we have pretty much a lot of time for preparation. So we hope we can show what we're capable of in the stage 2.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. Hey, you're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire,
Welcome everyone to Project Horizon. I am unfortunately Wriggle by myself, but it's not the end of the world. I potentially have company coming up soon. But the most important thing is we have a big game here today. We have TYL versus Trace Esports, which is a pretty consequential game especially going into this final standings for Group Alpha for VCT CN Stage 2. So a couple of things to note in this. This is the second game that both of these teams are playing. TYL coming into this with a 1-0 record versus Trace coming into this with an 0-1 record, right? They've played against some pretty strong teams in the very first games of the day, or their first series of the day. I think Trace versus FPX or Nova Esports, and TYL versus one of the weaker JDG teams that struggled to find themselves, struggled to find their form, and it made all the difference going into this. Especially going into the bracket stage of things, as things are kind of leveling out. Before the previous game got played, when Nova went up against FPX, TYL was tied or just second place by 3 rounds. Things have changed quite dramatically. They're actually tied up now. Nova Esports and TYL are now basically even. So winner of this game, if TYL wins this game, they take that top spot of Group Alpha going into week 2, going into week 3 as well. And Trace Esports once again falls further and further behind the pack. In the sort of pseudo group of death, I think it's not an unpopular opinion to say that Group Alpha is the quote-unquote easier group of the two, and Group Omega with Dragon Rager Gaming, Wolves, All Gamers, and Jala Gaming is definitely going to be the more contentious one. So going into this one, TYL versus Trace, I think there's a couple of things to be looking at. As CN has developed, as Summit has come into map pool, and I think it's Fracture and another map have left. We've seen a bit of a meta shift in terms of their picks and bans, right? So ordinarily you sort of float that Haven ban over to the enemy team, so then you can actually have Haven as a decider map. But CN completely opted in the opposite direction, moving away from those Haven bans. Both of these teams, it's very unlikely to see it, both of them are banning the Haven spot. So, but the ban of the moment, Sufat BB. Right, moving from Wolves, it's going to be, he had a pretty turbulent kickoff and Faye on stage 1. Moving over to TYL Gaming, looking to bring some of that veterancy over to this TYL side that struggled to find as much value going into Masters, not managing to qualify for the most recent Masters, which is Masters London. So we'll see. I think that's always going to be the narrative. He is a man who's in his own right created some kind of celebrity status or stardom in VCT CN, next to the likes of Kang, right? Obviously, it's quite eponymous. Kang, a legend status and accolades of his own, with his own Masters win, and Sufat BB knocking on the door, at least in terms of online presence and everything. So going into this, I wouldn't be surprised if we see what we have seen from him. He has been speaking about how he wants to be like a veteran idea. He wants to be calling as much as possible if given enough time and prep, similar to Boaster and Fnatic at the all of 2023 history and fame. You give him enough time, give him enough prep, he'll actually get you across the line, right? So conversely, the Trace Esports side, struggling to find their footing. Trace has always been a dark horse. Trace has always been one of those teams that if you let them get their foot in the door, they can wreak havoc. They have been a very upset or giant slayer of teams. So if anyone's going to upset this TYL side, Trace has the potential to do it. Especially players like Delby and Kai, two big players to watch out for if you're a Trace fan looking for any kind of hope and anything to hold on to give you a bit of courage going into this. But yeah, like I mentioned, unlike you Haven, I think we're all sick and tired of seeing that Haven map. But maps to look out for. Summit has been picked. VCTCN had the luxury of debuting it, but we're not going to see it today. We're going to be seeing Breeze followed by Sunset followed by Lotus, which is pretty bog standard. TYL picking the Sunset, opting away from their usual pick or their previous aforementioned pick of Split, and floating over Trace's pick as well. Trace is a very big Sunset team. So at least on map 2, we're going to be seeing team map that both of these teams are very prepped on. But Breeze, debut for both of these teams. I think that's one of those maps that they are just floating over more often than not. They don't want to really ban a map away that's not the greatest to ban, you oftentimes put yourself in a chokehold, you put yourself in a pinch where you have to deal with more stuff. But yeah, regardless, TYL is going to start on defense, or start on attack, sorry, on Breeze. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. A lot on the line here, especially going into the last stretch of the year. But it's just going to be me and you for a bit, chat. Hopefully you don't get too tired of my voice. I think you look great. I think you're having a really great time. I think you're doing great. I think everybody's very, very proud of you. And hopefully at the end of today, we can say that about all 10 players on the server. But you know how everything goes, right? So yeah, so I wanted to talk about something else. I wanted to talk about something else in regards to the current state of the Valorant map pool, especially going to stuff like Breeze, especially with people like Sufat BB, which is the resurgence of the more macro-based IGLs, right? We had a period beginning of 2025 going into the beginning of 2026 with the IGLs like Valorant, especially from Americas, and Boo as well, coming into resurgence as those fragging IGLs, people who are finding a lot of impact specifically on the IGL role mechanically. And then we have people like Sufat BB who hopped onto the scene like a bat out of hell, causing havoc at absolutely everything. But as the meta sort of staled, as a lot of duelists have had their power relatively tamped down in terms of how strong they are, how efficient they are. I'm speaking the prime suspects, Waylay, Neon, in potentially Raze to an extent, where Raze was just running rampant on the server. Now we're having a lot more macro ideas, especially towards that mid round. I think we're on the patch now where the initiators have had their power kind of crept upwards. We've moved away from that 60-second timer onto that 50-second timer, making sure that the transition into these rounds is a lot more fluid. A lot of the phases are a lot more action-packed and moved away from the beginning of the rounds and away from the end of the rounds and towards the middle of the rounds. And that's where you get these really potent ideas from IGLs, making sure that they're making more educated decisions, especially in those mid-round situations, right? So I think definitely going to be looking at that. You'll be seeing a lot of initiators moving away from those primary carry roles onto more supportive ones. You saw in the highlights recently, Sufat BB moving on to Sage of all things, right? Because you oftentimes don't need to be dealing with getting those big kills. You just need to be in the pack somewhere to be making more educated decisions, especially in the mid round, because you know your initiator has that secondary and tertiary layer of util to be playing with. But then as on the other side of things, you have the IGLs dealing with more macro stuff and the duelists having a lot more power tamped down, so it becomes more mechanical somewhat. There's a bit more edge required from the individual duelists, or even those double duelist pairings that we are seeing sort of phase out in terms of relevance. Not necessarily gone per se, but becoming less and less popular in favor for that second sentinel. And on the topic of sentinels have been adjusted, right? Yeah. I've oftentimes spoke about how the way you're going to adjust and the way you're going to deal with the double dive, the double duel, any kind of oppressive execute heavy playstyle, even harken back to the old tail meta, is just really solid sentinels, right? Yoru has been tamped down, Neon and Waylay have been tamped down, and as a result, the minute Yoru got removed from the meta, Vice crept back in. The minute Neon got her power adjusted and power crept, Cypher crept back in, and it's only a matter of time. We're already seeing inklings of the Sage. It's only a matter of time until we start seeing more and more Cypher and potentially Deadlock and more Sentinel innovation, because I feel like it is a role that, as the years have gone by, has sort of stagnated. We have leaned towards that double duelist and double controller more than anything else. And agents such as Killjoy, who've had their power adjusted as well, making themselves more viable, have been crept out of meta. But as we head into this, things to look out for, or a bit of a primer going into this. TYL currently with their new IGL, 1-0 for the stage, winning their first 2 maps in a very decisive fashion with a +11 differential over 2 maps. Up against this Trace side that's struggling to find their footing this early on in the stage. So if I were to give predictions, if we get predictions running, you guys can predict. I would say, based off of form alone, TYL is your favorites. Based off of X Factor, oh heavens, there's 6-7. Oh, we started this, the degeneracy creeps in early, but But anyway, I'm just saying, based off of X Factor, based off of proven ability to upset, if given the opportunity to go deep in those stages, Trace is your team. Would I bank on Trace this early on in the tournament? Not particularly. I think they have a lot of innovation and stuff and meta realization that still needs to go, that still needs to happen as well, and it's kind of hard to be dealing with a lot of the veterancy on the rosters they play against. They play against FPX, I think, earlier in the stage, and it is a bit of a Setrod show. As FPX, as Setrod on the Sentinel, like we mentioned, was wreaking havoc. So the educated, the comfortable, the one that's not going to get you lodged up on the stake and crucified is probably going to be the TYL take. TYL is going to be your favorites, but don't discount Trace. I think Trace has shown time and time again that all they need to do is get their foot in the door. But right now they just need to wait for that door to open up, right? How awfully unique. How awfully unique. These jerseys. This is a slight tangent. There's a World Cup theory. There's a League of Legends World Cup theory where the white jerseys oftentimes go to Worlds and it's alternating black and white. And everyone's wearing white this act, right? So the idea is, the superstition is, you wear the white jersey on the Masters to qualify before the champs at the end of the year. So then when you get to the champs at the end of the year, you wear black. And then you alternate, right? So if this year is a year of black jerseys, then next year will be a year of white jerseys, which means that stage 2 next year, whatever 2027 Valorant looks like, teams are going to adopt black jerseys. Don't hold me on that. That is a very superficial take. But EDG did win their champs in 2024 with a white jersey, wearing black jerseys in stage 2. Then proceeded to lose in 2025, and they've adopted the white jersey or the black jersey at the beginning of this year, alternating to end up on white jerseys by the end of the year. But regardless, jerseys aside, the map bans are in: Breeze, followed by Sunset, followed by Lotus. Going to take us to Breeze and going to see if there's any more innovation, right, CN, with that Summit take, or with their Summit game time, their Summit debut. Innovated quite a bit, seeing that solo Teo creep into relevance, but Breeze has been a map that has been quite the staple for CN. CN is one of the regions that is a mass adopter of that KO. So we'd see if the KO is going to creep in, and if not KO'd, maybe double controller. Astra and Harbor find a lot of viability, even more so than Omen on this map, where Omen is considered that off meta pick, but Viper is oftentimes a staple. The real question is, are they going to lean into what is their secondary identity going to be? Is it going to be that double dive? Is it going to be the single sentinel and single dive? Are we playing double controller with a chamber, for example? These are all things to be considered, especially with the advent of these sentinels coming into relevance. Yeah, gonna be a pretty exciting one, I think, going into the beginning of these phases. You don't want to be throwing the baby out with the bathwater in terms of expectations. So very measured in the approach. I think the coaches for both of these teams ideally want to be either reinforcing good habits, reinforcing good behaviors, and their winning mentality and attitude on the side of TYL, making sure that the stuff was working continues to work. And vice versa, on the opposite side of the stage, making sure that Trace can finally buck the horse off their back, make sure that they can actually get their footing. And as we spoke, yeah, we're seeing both Astra and Harbor, those two meta picks I mentioned earlier, coming into relevance in two different identities. You have Harbor with KO versus Harbor with Astra, and that presents two completely different ways of playing the map, right? Harbor is oftentimes viewed as that flex initiator controller role after his recent kit adjustments. He has the ability to just generally flush out people and cause a lot of pressure, similar to the same niche that Teo fills. He's just overwhelming. He just takes out and isolates zones, makes things a bit more difficult, and in conjunction with his Harbor walls, his actual smokes, it makes things very, very claustrophobic people on site, versus the Astra, who's a lot more global, more utilitarian, more Swiss Army knife. So gonna see the differentiation. Oftentimes you'd think that with the Harbor and the KO, they would be playing faster, but you have so many more options for initiation that you might end up playing slower. But that's a lot of preamble. It's VCT Stage 2. This is Project Horizon. It's Trace versus TYL for the second map of the day. It seems like we're starting in a 3-1-1. Leaning heavy towards B side. Is this TYL side? I'll be contacting up, dodge that dart that goes into elbow, and Lua King taking initiative. Takes a couple of shots fired as Fengfa and Lua in a very precarious situation, but Kai cleans up slowly. First blood for the series with Splash. Not to be outdone. Finds 2 of his own. Looking for third. Sufat BB, man of the moment, gets dropped by Lua King. 3v3. All things equal, but Kai in very destitute state. But Irv, before I can finish my sentence, finds Delby. Lurker is gone. Irv looking for another one. Shots fired as Scales retributes. Lua King finds Irv, and it's a 2v1. Lua King, 50 HP to his name. Can he do anything here? Gonna sacrifice the site, give them all the space here. And Splash is gonna take his head off, and TYL, in very dominant fashion, gets the first round of that pistol off of the back of what is evidently a really weird default in terms of macro, right? The defenders send that dart into elbow off of a 5 to 10 second timer to try and clear through and find anything as the Harbor walks down elbow to contest it, right? So very, very measured look, very measured approach going through this. But you guys have heard plenty of my voice. I've found assistance. I've sent more dudes. Grammys, thank you for joining me today.
Right, assistance is here. What's up?
No,
I'm
good.
back. Right.
So, Grammys, let me fill you in. TYL, currently 1-0 for the stage. Trace, currently 0-1 for the stage, right? It's currently an A-pop. TYL won their pistol, and Trace is on defense on Breeze. Hasn't won anything at the moment. And they're all on pistols. That's the clean and dirty, or the dirty TLDR.
I gotcha. So we have TYL up on that buy now. It's slow though, but it's so many people there.
Yeah, it's way too much for them. As it's going to be an A-pop. KO, the KO player, the new KO player for Trace. The name escapes me, actually getting caught off guard there. As it gets traded out, it's an A-pop. Entirely in favor of TYL. Spams through, Splash finds a ripple through the wall. Lua King's going to fall as Irv in a precarious situation. Trying to get off site, Spike is planted for a main. Flash in hand. Pops are trying to get anybody off that spike. Molly gets dropped immediately onto the spike. He's trying to get everyone absolutely off of this. There's no way they want to let them onto this and get that diffuse or any kind of damage. As Trace in a very precarious situation here. No guns to their hat, no guns to speak of. As they're going to give the gun to Splash. Splash trying to stack that ulti, stack that Bladestorm as soon as physically possible. But realizing there's nothing to bite, nothing to eat here, is going to get out, and Trace completes their death by 5, dies to Spike, and TYL gets their second round.
Yeah, I mean, losing out only on one member, and I believe they only invested into 4 guns, right? So the bandit being lost, not too big of an issue. They're able to have a pretty good buy coming into their bonus itself. You have the outlaw in the hands as well, but on the side of Trace though, full shields across the board. I don't think that outlaw would do too much unless the rest of the players could kind of get a bit of chip damage onto a couple of them. I mean, they do have that Viper, so if they do go running through that toxic screen, the outlaw could be deadly.
Yeah, it's also precarious because the Viper screen got adjusted recently. So it's not as deadly the minute you touch it, but if you stay in that wall, get hauled up for any moment in time, it's gonna eat you alive, so to speak.
And Trace not too keen to just push the issue and clear the mains here, just playing it slow. They know that TYL have to push into them in this attacking half. 0 point, I don't think catches onto anyone, perhaps just 1 or 2, but it's Kai up and above, able to find that kill onto Splash.
Yeah, that's the first kill dropped immediately. A splash. Man of the moment was 5-0 before this. Loses his life, gets his first death for the entire series. Kai, on a heater actually. Kai is one of those players that if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, right? So that A-pop is going to come through. 0 points, not to speak of. There's nothing to re-clear here. As Slowly's going to find one and scales as well. Delby trades that out immediately. 3v3. Guns are basically what you can scrap up for TYL. It's full rifles on Trace, so it has to be a Trace win here if you want to mount any kind of comeback or any kind of resistance on this surging TYL side. Earth set up here with the Spectre. Swings, finds Kai, but trades out immediately as Lua King. It's a 2v2 currently on site. Sufat BB with Outlaw in hand. Takes the first shot, doesn't quite get it, but Irv cleans it up. 3 kills for Irv. 3 rounds for TYL.
TYL now picking up that bonus.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a very slow hit from TYL. As Trace was very in control, but TYL actually minces them up there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect TYL to just go pushing through their own smoke right there, catching a couple of players off guard and giving them that numbers advantage, a bit of space to work with as well. This time around, they will have the better buy. Outlaw definitely going to be lethal onto all of these players. In fact, over on the side of Trace Esports, they do have the Null Command to work with as well, and it's just going to be that solo jet trying to anchor down this A site here with that Marshall in his hand. It's gonna be Kai. Let's spot out the one. Tries to go for a double dip here, but gets tagged up himself.
He's just gonna send shots there. Kai with the Outlaw, or that Marshall rather. Pretty outclassed at the implementation of that Outlaw, but relatively cost efficient there. It's going to be a regroup. It looks like it's an A hit here. It depends on if they got the read right. If the IGL for TYL or Sufat is well aware of it, he knows that that's a lot of noise from that A presence, and he can't just gamble onto that A side of the map.
And the drone to just give them a bit more information. Gamble stack on B though. So this read could be great for TYL walking into this. Kai is playing all the way back from bridge now. Not gonna get smoked off, but doesn't really have a sight line to work with so far. Sight control gonna go the way of TYL now.
And Spike's being planted. Time was running low, but Spike is planted nonetheless. TYL with 5, and so is similar with Trace.
Ooh, skills. An off angle, clearly not expecting that with that Outlaw. He's able to get the one. That's gonna be Feng Feng. Taken out, no more information over on the side of Trace Esports as they try to go in for this retake. Great shot from Delby though. The Splash is still trying to hold it down for his team alongside. Slowly Splash with a 2k. Great hit shot onto Walking as well. Make that a 3 as he takes down Fiki. It's a 4th round on the board for the attacker side of TYL now.
And it gets pretty rough, right? The entire gamble stack of that was they were going to go B when they've shown 3 rounds on A. So then they just re-hit, they just regroup and actually rally through that new connector. The geometry has changed slightly on Breeze. They open that door, pretend as if they're swinging through mid, and the B rotators were just very, very slow on the rotation there. But it's going to be another A main brawl. This flash to dissuade Kai, who's been showing to be playing very, very early on these angles. And it's an estimated guess here. Kai with that operator in hand, looking to maybe rally some kind of momentum for Trace.
You can see Trace are not really keen to try and fight for a site so much. They like to play a bit back. They do have the Reckoning to work with this round for that retake though. Kai will be retaking in with that operator. That's going to be really, really difficult to do so, especially now that this Viper pit is down on the ground. Delby spotted out. Splash wants to go aggressive but can't really find an angle to work with. A flash out of the Viper's pit to give them a bit more space to work with. And this Walking with the opening kill. Slowly instant with that trade. The Nova Pulse trying to delay the push from coming in, but it's Feng F who picks up the numbers advantage now for Trace Esports. Still, they have to push into this Viper's pit, and Skills himself is wrapping around. Pit's gonna drop, and the scan is gonna reveal everything as all. Skills with a 2k, and 5 rounds on the board now for TYL.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they it's rock paper scissors, right? You throw operator and they throw Viper's Pit, and there's not much you can do about that, especially on the retake, because you kind of want to have some kind of mobility dealing with that Viper's Pit. But when you have an operator, a gun that thrives off of the opposite of that, the antithesis of momentum and mobility, it's a bit of a nightmare. It's a bit of a nightmare situation there, and the coach calling a timeout because it is getting quite dire, right? You've lost what, 2 buys now, round 3 and round 5, going into round 6, which is another eco, and then your only next buy is probably round 7, right? So you kind of need to pump the brakes as early as physically possible, or you're just going to lose a lot of momentum here, especially into a comp like this Harbor Astra comp, or this Astra Viper comp rather. If you try to walk into that, and especially when the half switches, you get reduced to sludge. You walk through the goo trying to do those fast pops, and if you can't catch up with your jet gets isolated, and suddenly your entire attack side hits is doomed when the half switch. So need to pump the brakes, give your team a bit more padding, especially going into that next half of the game, making those adjustments as well, coming off the back of losing that first game. Maybe a couple of the adjustments that they did make aren't quite sticky, and it might just be a reminder.
Yeah, I mean, they did lose out on the game against FPX a couple of days earlier, and it was a pretty dominant showing, so I think they want to try as much as possible to avoid giving so many rounds over to TYL. Despite this being a Tiger-sided map, you still want to be able to give yourself some leeway on the defense itself, make sure you get enough to stave off for your own attacker side, and there's going to be a little bit of aggression here expected though by Skills. He's going to get tagged up, but still finds the headshots onto both Lorking as well as Kai. That should open up the A side a little bit more, but no, Feng F is there for the trade. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Slash finds a kill. That's the Outlaw doing the damage, and suddenly it's just B side wide open for the taking.
Yeah, all for the back of a bit of a wanting A fight there. Splash with that Outlaw, ringing true for what, 140 damage per shot against light shields or no shields is devastating.
Don't really have the shields to work with up against this Outlaw in the hands of Splash. You don't really want to give too many orbs to the players as well. Slowly just one off of that Cosmic Divide, so coming into the next round itself, which is going to be a...
And it's a B main post plant in favor of TYL. 5 or 6-0 now, effectively on the back of what was effectively a really well-handled anti-eco. Trace not managed to find as much value as possible, trying to aggro into that A main space to actually win any kind of control over the map, because like we mentioned before, those first 3 rounds, all those in the first 5 rounds, they went A, they explored A, and they got, what, 100% success rate from their endeavors onto that A side of the map. So Trace need to make some kind of switch up, especially on their eco, get some more info, get a better understanding as to the nature of the default, or especially where some of the players are playing. So the switch up was the A hit on the eco, the switch up is the B main hit on the B pop. Splash diving in, taking a bigger bite of the cake. Currently 5v5, can't Trace mount any kind of resistance here. There are 4 people ready in Dolby. Finds Splash, that's the resistance you need there, but he's tagged down to 33 HP. 0 point goes onto site, scans nobody, and slowly and Scales and Lure King all contribute to 3v3, make that a 3v2. ERV, finding a big kill onto Fangfa. Spike's not down yet. 60-second timer is propping in Harbor. Through the wall, Lure King tries to find something, can't get anything. No traction, no kill to speak of, and the rotation. Expeditious, but PK gets found, isolated, and just picked apart by Sufat BB. As TYL currently on 7. On the back of a B pop, on the back of a B pop and a B retake, or actually a B flood rather. Trace Esports still can't find the magic sequence of buttons and magic sequence of plays or strings and phases to connect each other. Yeah, Tyler in really good spirits. I mean, you're 7-0. There's no better situation to find yourselves in. But once again, everyone, my curse is cast. Oh, my curse is cast? My cast is cursed as I've substituted one caster for another one. Hello, Volt. We're doing the Grand Tour today. How you doing, man?
Look, I'm glad to be here, okay, because I was supposed to be here. I'm really excited about this one. Really high hopes for TYL. And to be honest, so far in the season, they are delivering. Fortunately, though, that means that... well, first of all, I need to thank Grammys because I was supposed to be here earlier on in the day. I had my fair share of whatever the hell happened on my side. And, well, apparently, I don't even know what is happening to the side of Trace, right? Like, of course, you can say, oh, like, VK is still new, they're adjusting to the team, but very obvious that TYL at least is breaking them apart. Like, you can even tell from the way that things are set up right here in a round like this. Trace have been playing gambles for the last, what, 3 rounds or so? And I guess it's a sign of desperation. Yes, of course, this round they are on an eco, but they've been trying to maybe catch them off is the right term, you know, because they feel like the standard play is not working. And well, there it is. Case in point. They try to make a move, and that could have been even more for scale. Still, 3 kills. Definitely good enough, and Delby's only left on a measly 6 points of health.
Yeah, and I think you're right on the dot there, right? There's so many factors that could be costing them these rounds per se. VK is, like you mentioned, relatively new, right? He might not be fully acclimatized to the way that teams like TYL are going to be playing and how to deal with it, right? He is up against one of the more up-and-coming IGLs as well in Sufat BB on a recently renewed TYL side, but he's making an effort at it. 3 kills on the board, dropping Splash of all people, the current kill leader, and if he had his gun out, I reckon he would have dropped slowly as well. But the story of this game, 9-0 in favor of TYL. TYL having a very close game in their previous one. We mentioned 11 rounds is the magic number, right? They were down, they were in second place by 11 rounds. By 3 rounds rather. They were plus 11 versus plus 3 to FPX. So that's what we're looking for, yeah? A deficit or a surplus of plus 3 puts them exactly in the position where they were, but in the lead, and anything greater than that, which is... it's on. It looks like
very
it's on the horizon.
Yeah, very likely. They just put it that way. Here's the thing, though. Trace, that operator, apparently well accounted for, and that have got to be praised from the side of TYL. Got the kill, got their insertion in middle. Now the question becomes, can they get even more out of Scales on his 13 kills?
Yeah, that's the big one as well.
The timing is there, right? But right now they're pincering Scales. Wall goes down. Oh, that's a mistake from Fiki, and it allows Scales to find even more. 3 already on this round, and sure, Kai still has his big stick, but even with the operator in hand, it's gonna be very difficult to break this round apart right here, because Scales have got some fuel, regenerating it right now to perhaps raise the wall again. Seemingly a round that will end towards the A side, but now one without this Viper. Utility coming out. No rotations for here. Del B is going to take a sweet time off the bridge. That means that Kai really have his work cut out for him. Can really find that kill. And look at that, a rotation from TYL back towards the B side.
Yeah, very late one, but one that's not needed. A Splash finds the next 2 and cleans it up immediately. Our sister broadcast, VCT CN, actually been calling those 3Ks hat tricks because it's very World Cup themed. So, yeah, a hat trick for Scales, the man of the moment there, finding 3 really big kills relatively. Yeah, those are the first kill in Nest was a crazy one. This 3rd kill was even crazier, and 37 HP. It was a body shot away. As Splash in a very human highlight reel kind of moment finds those 2 kills to close it out. As Trace, on the ropes here, calling that timeout. That's the 2nd timeout of the game pulled. The parachute pulled, both the parachute and the emergency pulled.
Yeah, I mean, I think that by the time it got to round 6, Splash was 9-2. That's the kind of game that he is on. It's really to the point that it has been him, Scales, and ERV leading the charge. That I don't think that there's really much to do for Sufat BB or Slowly. There's this game, and unfortunately for Trace, if there was something to do, apparently TYL got their number, right? Like the operator came out, and they had the number of guys start to finish. And maybe when you contrast it to a very similar composition that is played by EDG, you would see EDG being a lot more proactive. Particularly, you would see Gianni and Smoggy, where those are the two players that are now Luo King and Fiki on the Harbor and the KO, being the people that are actually running the show. Luo King is performing okay, Fiki is not having his best time, but most importantly, Rico, I feel like they're not really trying to play their own game. They're forced to be reactive to the Dragons, and from there, really, TYL can pick this game apart with their double controller with the Astra as well.
Yeah, I think that's the that's one of those things that you kind of have to grapple with, especially for players like Fike getting into this. You ideally need to be firstly having your own game style very well defined, making sure that you are asserting your presence and your ideals on the serve as much as possible. And if it's not, you need to have ways to rally back, wrestle some control back, because if you don't, you're going to end up in a situation that Trace is in right now, where you're just trailing behind, and that like the rope gets longer and longer, and you're just dragging along the back of the car. But slowly. Finding initiative there, and Splash falling as well. Kai with the operator, finding value. Chekhov's operator, so to speak.
On the other side though, the Outlaw's not going to be a one-shot kill. Everyone is on 150 outside of Kai and Fang Fang. So they're able to survive that initial take, 40 seconds in the timer. Great flash to boot, but Kai is still there with the sniper actually immediately taken down by Slowly, so they are able to scale onto backside. But I want you to look at that. They're spreading themselves a little bit thin. Two players behind the smoke, spotted on the cubby, but that's the timing that Slowly immediately swings on. That's the 4K to his name. Perhaps the ace, as you said, not really that far away. Fiki is gonna be there. We said that he didn't have much to do. Well, he might be Slowly in the name, but that was a rapid display of skill.
Yeah, kind of ramped up towards the end of the round there. Really big opener. Finds... He's been playing here that doesn't win this entire round, this entire game, by the way. On those B main, he's always window, and he finds that kill quite possibly one of the longest angles on Breeze, and...
Yeah.
They should have dealt with it. They could have dealt with it. They know those B pops start with Slowly in the window, or if they didn't before, they do know now. As an ace, marks that spot Slowly, staking his claim from that B side of the map. Is TYL 10-0 versus Trace. It's heaven forbid, but you know what I'm thinking of.
But yeah, I mean, we're getting there. But let's just actually get our minds elsewhere. Imagine being the IGL, right? Like you are now in a team where you don't have to go, like, I don't know, 20 kills a game. You don't really need to clutch almost every round. Doesn't it feel good? Like, I mean, if I'm Zubat Baby, to be honest, I think that I'm really happy with this TYL lineup, because it really solves almost everything that ails what he wanted to achieve with Wolves post-Toronto. The firepower is there. They're so coordinated. I mean, look at that. Off the back of each other. Scales denies that second trade and even is ready for a push on the other side. Timing is everything behind the Nebula. That's one. Spots the next. Didn't even need to find that much. 8 kills in the span of 2 rounds for Slowly catching up to the top 2.
Yeah, and I think to continue your tangents on it, like, Sufat's in a dream situation, right? And TYL's in a dream situation as well. It's very mutually beneficial for both parties, Sufat and the roster of TYL, because TYL was a team that was constantly knocking on the door, right? They were always close. They were always able to put up good performances, and I think were regarded as a team that, with enough polish, could do good things, right? And now they have Sufat BV, and 11-0 seems like at least 11 different good things, right?
And here's the thing, I feel like that's really been the thing that was missing from this TYL team, right? It was, hey, they have Sword as a good coach, they had Septim for some time, but well, the systems could have been solved out if there was better play. Usually you see heroics from Del B on backside, but it's 22 kills total for Trace on this Breeze. Can they add a couple more to finally get themselves going? The inertia seems to be hitting hard. And even in this round, where they got a couple kills. Still man advantage for TYL. And they're very confident in that duel. Fiki, flash in hand, doesn't net him much value. If anything, it actually makes the duel easier for ERV, but he's unable to find the kill. Scales, silenced, and found. And it's all in the hands of Solly and Sufat. Here comes Under Fear for one. Now, the IGL needs to do it all on his lonesome. Fiki low on health, but Kai closer into the connector. Half is already stuck. He's gonna try to commit to the whole thing. The Colt is enough protection. And our thought is now dismissed. Trace finally on the board.
Yeah, it took them a while, but they got there on the back of some really good util as well. And I think the big thing is winning that kill, or winning that duel, right? Fike has been struggling quite dramatically this one to get any kind of mechanical ground. Fiki had been struggling to find any kind of mechanical ground at all here, but he finds that kill into ERV, and that's all you needed, right? The minute that initiates is gone, it's the entire hit blows up, especially with someone as strong as KO. With that 0 points oftentimes nullifying all of that util. So the minute that KO is gone, you have all the util in the world. You just throw up your walls, you throw up your flashes, and make things as dire as possible for TYL, as Tufat left on his lonesome, put in a sort of gambled for postpone situation. A bit of hubris got ahead of him there, thinking that his team could hold on to site without him and he could just play the Hunter's Fury. But 11-1, Trace struggling quite dramatically. Yeah,
I mean, of course they are, but better signs definitely in that last round, as you've said. Yes, of course, maybe TYL did have a misread than what actually was presented on the other side. But still, like, it's better than nothing, right? I think that's what now, 26 kills, as they actually got all 5 in that last round. 1 on the board, but losing the pistol is everything. And since we're gonna keep going with that World Cup theme, like, I don't know if you're watching the World Cup, Rigger, are you?
Bro, Julio Alvarez yesterday, the 3-1, yeah, that's a
yeah, okay. Let's put it
one
that
of the
way.
greatest of all time.
Which of the nations would you consider TYL to be the closest to?
In the current top 4?
Yeah.
Who's in top 4? It's Spain?
France, Spain, England, and Argentina.
England, no. Like, the reason why I say that is like a team that has a lot of backing. Is expected to do great things consistently, but oftentimes pressure has always got to them from home crowd, from their own fans, from themselves. Like, the pressure oftentimes eats them alive. That's my shot. I think TYL, at least in top 4, is England.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a football fan, you're probably looking at Scales and thinking that he's on some Jude Bellingham level stuff right now, which is absolutely great to see for TYL. Because for TYL, really, for the longest time, it has been Scales, Splash, sometimes ERV. And while Sword9 was good as a leader of men, I think that he suits the team better as an assistant coach. And that was their initial plan from the get-go. But just like a lot of teams in the league, IGLs really are a rare commodity. XLG lock it down by having Leo and apparently Trace are trying to force their way out right here. No luck in that one for Kai, revealed on the other side. And great work to find 3 just for the 1. The site is theirs. And leave Scales and slowly draw their
And that's a vastly better look from it. It's on the back of the halftime timeout, right? Like, the coach can intervene at halftime, talk to his players a bit, get them all on the same page again. And this Trace side looks revitalized. They have not a lot of rounds to be making mistakes, and if all of your rounds are going to look like this, I think the comeback is on the horizon. As Fengfe finds Scales is slowly an ace to his name. Has to get at least 4, but Fengfe gonna find him. 2-11, right? We have to take them away, start chipping away at that deficit.
So they doubled their score in rounds. Feng doubled the score in kills, and Kai still really being one of the most adamant forces for Trace. Maybe to a fault at times, that initial defensive half. But it's still good to see that he has the confidence, right? Trace with that round as well. Should have a very easy way to a 3rd. The only question is, can they actually get it stably? Like, how many casualties are they going to incur, right? Right now, only a single sheriff in the hands of Splash. So realistically, especially with that stack being a lot heavier towards the B site, should be a lot easier, right? Even with ERV leaving that A side, it's open turf for them if they just go there and should have an easy plant. Possibly not even a single casualty if that's the case.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Spice gonna get 5 kills this round kind of round, right? Like everyone's gambled towards the B side of the map. I don't think they want to anti too much into anti speaking A and TE. Like they want to gamble too much into taking these fights, especially when they have such inferior weaponry. Let's Trace all the way on site. No one's home. Left the door wide open. Is that A side of the map? Is TYL playing a 5v5 retake against pretty substantial buy.
Okay, the hypothetical then is, right? Let's ignore individual ability. Let's talk like textbook Valorant. I know that like Bren is probably gonna have a crash chat about this one on Flat Chat. It has been there, you know, where people say it's an FPS game, you shoot. And well, people are shooting. But the real question is, do they actually continue to contest this or just die to the orb without giving ultimate points to Trace, right? Because I'm looking at Trace, a couple of valuable ultimates, but already a couple casualties, and it could be worse. Even if Kai gets yet another kill here, he's gonna die to the spike where he's at, outnumbered, outmaneuvered. Just 2 players remaining alive for Trace. Definitely say that's the right call, but I want to know what you think about it.
I mean, yeah, you saved the guns, but that's a lot of economical damage. No, you've lost what 2 guns because they bought 4 into the round. They lost 3 bodies, and it's classics and sheriffs, man. Yeah, it's classics and sheriffs that did all of that. Oh, that's he didn't notice that guy there, but yeah, it's a lot of damage. Trace gets their round, but their next buy looks pretty anemic, right? They only have 2 Vandal or have a Vandal. Oh, they're anting into this. That's the correct call. Right, you've kind of lost a lot of, you've occurred a lot of damage in the previous round, right? You need to somehow salvage this next round, because if you win this round, you can buy more Vandals into the next one. This is sort of your pseudo bonus, so you sort of light invest into this. As a result, they're playing this very, very deliberate anti-eco, because they want to see if anyone's going to, you know, take a chance. Is feeling gutsy, feeling ballsy, walking up A main or B main and find that 4th Vandal that might make all the difference here.
That's what you're talking about, right? But of course, I think that there's always strength in numbers, which could be the case. Scales really possible a tough place, and I like from TYL that they're actually still keeping on some space on the site. Yes, Trace have got the site itself, but they've lost the player. That's a spike denied, and they still got Orange with the utility coming in right now. If they want to, they can try to pop back into the site, but they wait for the wall to go down. A lot of pressure onto Liu Kang. He really needs to find the skill. Another one coming from TYL. Finally an answer from Trace, but the Spectre up close is only gonna net them a single kill. A chance for Del B, known for his hat-tricks, but he's not gonna find a single thing. A clean sweep so far. Just Splash going down, and FK is gonna immediately go down to the Coalition. 12 rounds on the board, and TYL dominating on Breeze.
Yeah, and it's on the back of, like you mentioned, they finally open up that kill with the Harbor player dying yellow. Makes all the difference, especially on that backside hold. And with New Breeze, it's more favored towards people just holding on site versus playing in the mains for post plant. We've moved away from that ideology and design philosophy, and as a result of it, it's making it that these duels are a lot more important, right? If you're losing someone front pyramid, if you're losing someone back yellow, you lose so much space, and you just have to take these really dry 50s. And the minute there's multiple people on that angle, it's no longer a 50. Odds are very, very skewed, and numbers and results are very, very skewed in favor of TYL right now as we go into match point for the first map of the series.
And for that's why I like seeing teams expand onto the side, right? They took the front pyramid, they took the back pyramid, but they didn't take mid doors, didn't take orange. That was my question mark for that exec, and apparently for Trace, they just might have to concede the same thing again. Sufat is able to just really waste so much time. Arrow's not gonna find much, but Scales have got to be careful. That pocket behind the wall is gonna immediately fade away. Viper's wall down, and with it, go Scales. Sufat tries his luck, the spray down is good enough. Support is there from both initiators, and it's gonna be enough for Splash to make his own wave. That's the hat-trick for him. And that is 3 on the boards all over. 3 rounds only for Trace. And TYL soar the sky with no one to oppose them.
Yeah, it's a bit of an uphill battle for Trace. I think this was their map pick of all things as well, which is insult to injury, right? Salt in the wound there as they anteed into this. They said this is the map that we want to take Trace to, or to take TYL to, and they got on it and they got 13-3 for their efforts. I think that says more about the strength of this TYL side as well, because the rounds that they lost were the pistol and the pistol conversion on attack on Trace's attack side, and then also one round where they played for post plant B when their A was the most effective one. Just a protocol that was missing there. But TYL walks away with the first map very confidently, chins up high as Trace having to do a lot of soul searching, so a lot of reflection here, having burnt both of their timeouts in that first half just to stay relevant, and even then that was an 11-1 half.
Yeah, I mean, just to stay relevant, I think that is really a mischaracterization, because they did not remain relevant after all, even with that in mind. So that's the thing that at least I'm most wary of, is, well, what is going to happen to the next map, the Sunset. That is the pick of TYL, mind you. This was supposed to be Trace's pick. And we definitely could have a conversation about like Trace and assistants that they're having. I mean, I always say this, I feel like sometimes teams do have too many cooks in the kitchen. Of course, Billy was one of the biggest teams that had that problem for a while. And Trace is really the same thing, right? Like, yeah, I trust Viva as a caller when he was playing, but now that he's jumped into the coaching slot, definitely you can see some Viva, but you can tell like it's not completely a system, it's not completely the rest of the coaching staff system. And Trace is put in that weird debacle where you're not really delivering on anything, which is weird, right? Because they're doing a lot of half ideas, but they're not fully committing to any single idea at a time.
Yeah.
基地问这个，还有啥吗？没有了，回来吧。记得，我贴右边去。基地有一个，要跟方向了，他们有人打爆点。我说2个基地1个 yellow。好。近点来了，我扫他。我脸上有一个，我被黑了。没事，过来快点。丢毒了，你被毒了，小飞。nice。我脸上是的，后面。石头 P 上 A 猫 A 门口。他们两个。一定两个，直接。Nice！ 打起来！ Let's go! Welcome back to LV。他们走了，你先玩，小飞，你先玩。我站近点。哎，我魔哥准完了，兄弟。我魔哥开准了。哇！你看看我魔哥。我开个飞机在这。应该开了，双爆了。Go CT，有他不在 elbow 的。OK， 这个 go back。他们是抓 exit flag 应该。想要 B 灯打你们，想要 LS 放，叫 LS 放。哎，那魔先避免。 哦，有送宝吗？有送宝了。来，不要手 ，nice， ，nice， 4都不保。还打不打回防？啊？来不，2个。我还有7。3打2。哎呀，弄他小飞。弄他出来 NG 啊！F key， 我不给他机会，给个正，顺哥正。 来了，孙哥！你干嘛呢？Let's go！
Unified under a banner, after all. You know, we're talking about too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone was under the leadership of Sufat right there, but, well, only one man shone the brightest in that affair. 21 kills is what we have. Almost 400 ACS there, on a Viper, no less, from Scouts.
Yeah, and look at all these lethal zones as well, all the way to that A side of the map. If there's an A hit happening and Scales is somewhere there, it's, at least in this map, it's coming up TYL every single day of the week. But yeah, and all on the same banner is definitely a way to shade or to, you know, signpost the comms that we just heard. What is that graph? Okay, so the white line in the middle is the graph of all Viper pairs average on this map. The red graph was Scales' performance relative to all of that. So, going to skew the averages quite dramatically there. There's 5 first kills on that round and almost 400 ACS like you mentioned.
I mean, how many multi-kills though? That was the most ridiculous part, right? Of course, a part of it, I've got to lay into our criticism of Trace later down the line. But I just want to focus on TYL for now. Because I feel like they really did everything the right way, right? Like, they were able to have contingencies for all the plans of Trace. Trace picked the map, clearly had ideas, but it was obvious that they didn't adapt much to what we've seen from them in the last season, and perhaps that is what is filling my heart with joy. Everyone is actually improving in the region, right? You know, we're talking about this in the opening week. Like, FPX is looking much sharper, and Wolves even are still looking pretty dangerous despite their loss. And, you know, TYL were a team that was where All Gamers was last year, and now perhaps mantling up to rise to the occasion, because honestly, on this kind of level of play, I think that they might be one of the top 4 teams. I think that there's a lot of worry that should be in the camp of teams like Bilibili, like the RG, that TYL's hot on their heels.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, especially when you start off these stages so hot, right? It's very easy to be very reactionary and say these are just the best teams ever, you know, especially when they start so hot. And the issue comes in, how do they carry that momentum? How do they carry those successes going further? Is this a moment where TYL is just burning really hot right now because teams are making adjustments and like you mentioned, Viva moving from player to coach slot? Like, is it just a system that didn't work and TYL just capitalized on it? Or is it TYL is just one of the teams that you should be looking at in the conversation for a team that is worth respecting, like the DRGs, the EDGs, the Jalai Gamings, and now potentially TYL in that 4th spot. So definitely a lot of conversations to have. It's a very contested top 5, it seems. FPX is in this group with TYL as well.
And I mean, of course, the race for champs is on. We haven't even really invited yet the teams that are going to be making it to the nationals. That's also going to be yet another such a fun point from all the regions, teams from here too ascending their way and fighting for the slot of champs. All of that will be found a little bit later down the line. But I guess for us, and especially for you, because it has been a quite hectic first map, it's a well-deserved sabbatical. We're going to go to a very brief break, and then when we'll be back, we'll see if Sunset will be the final map of the day.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it. For the party, and if you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Well, we continue our journey on a best of 3 that really took us all by surprise. Yes, Trace have not been performing their best, but that was not the kind of outlook that we expected to see off their own map pick. And perhaps, just like we said of Wolves last season, this just might be their most disappointing season yet. And Wolves have gone through a massive rebuild because of that. I think if there's ever a time to rebuild, it's off the back of the champs, you know, not qualifying to champs. But that's really the silver lining. In truth, today, there's still a sunset. There's still a chance maybe for them to figure out a way to still be competitive.
I think the big thing, especially with teams like Trace, I think no one is expecting a map to go that way, if I'm being honest. There's a lot of maps, a lot of ways the map can go, and sometimes when it's more contentious, there's a lot more hope or even criticality to have there. This is just a TYL masterclass. I think they just ran over Trace. There was no real resistance offered by it, and I don't know whether that's a theory gap or whether that is a adjusting to culture gap, or maybe it's just the players just don't know where they sit in terms of like the diaspora between each other. But that's breezes in the past, sunsets on the horizon. As we're going into this, TYL 1-0. They're playing one of the more interesting comps, that double sentinel with the Sage and the Chamber. Chamber finding a lot of those like early A main and B main control situations, and Sage, I think one of the strongest sentinels, maybe likened to Deadlock on the attack side, being able to just dice up and isolate the space that the defenders have at their availability when it comes to mounting those retakes. And especially on a map like Sunset, where it's designed exclusively for those retakes to create these really interesting micro situations. Gonna offer a bit of resistance, gonna offer a really tall mountain for Trace if they want to come back into this series, if they want to, the term I'll use, stay relevant in this series, is surmounting the mountain that is TYL.
Yeah, of course, that mountain have made their choice. Scales, not in the Chamber really, which is what I expected, but still the Sage provides truly dangerous attacking prowess. We'll see if something is actually gonna be out of that one. More standard composition from the side of Trace, and they'll be hoping to start things off on the right foot. They start on the attack, and this is a make or break moment. Delby has been quiet. If there's ever a time for him to come to life, it has to be here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Trace towards that A side of the map. They're splitting tiles in A, it seems, just playing this very, very compacted default, it looks like, setting up Sova towards this A main of the area, or this A main area rather, but slowly emptying in, plays the TV, the rendezvous, gets him out of dodge, as it's an A split almost immediately off the jump here. Kai running all the way through spawn, running all the way through CT. Oh, Super BB in a lot of danger, wasn't aware of it. ERV finds F key. It's a 4v4. But Lurking in a really precarious situation. Scales finds him, finds his man, marks him, and takes him out. 3v4. Spike is committed, and Kai, man at the moment here. A kill here is massive. A death here is detrimental. As finds the first one, looking for the second. Low HP, potentially on the horizon. Splash finds it. Kai trades it out immediately. A hat-trick for Kai. 4k for Kai. Delby up against Scales. Scales looking the wrong way. Turns, and Scales finds the 3k. Delby, uncharacteristic whiff here. Gives TYL the round, as Scales an ace in the previous round, and a bit of a Dance Dance Revolution here. On site, getting out of dodge, dodging those bandage shots, and finding his first kill. Or finding his first kill for the round. Finding his first round for TYL. What a weird situation to find yourself in. An A split. An A split late with a CT crunch or a spawn crunch. Which devolves because Lure King just can't get that first kill, gets caught completely off guard there.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, it comes down to the same thing, right? Scales outperforming the other side. And unfortunately for Trace, yes, Kai absolutely shown the brightest in that round, but he just had no aid. None whatsoever. At least the good thing for Trace is, look at that setup, right? Like, mid being fully conceded. That chamber trip is not going to be enough to slow them down enough. Maybe a slow orb is truly the best way to slow people. Not a fan of the wall, and they're gonna attempt a take on the site. Should be easy for Slowly to fish a couple kills. He's going for no scopes all throughout. That is a collateral, and that is his third kill. And a 4k is not that far off, but he's gonna be frozen at 3. Yet still, nothing is slowing TYL down.
Yeah, it's very hard for Trace to get any value here. I think, in my mind, they're conceding so much space. I think that's the big thing. They are playing for heavy mid default, but I think, in my honest opinion, mid is relatively fake on Sunset, especially if you're on that eco. I would rather contest through a main, especially when you have agents like Fangfa on the Sage. Like, just stack your ulti, stack Kai's ulti, stack some kind of ulti to give you more firepower, at least confidence to take a lot of the critical duels into those mid areas.
I have the unfortunate news: people do not do that unless it's Fracture, and Fracture is out of the pool again. I'm so tired.
Fracture doesn't have a mid. Fracture doesn't have a mid. Wow.
Yeah, and it's the same thing, right? Like, mid is fake because it doesn't exist. Then, but apparently, for TYL, a bonus round is fake. Because they don't really care about the kind of firepower. Oh, Kai should have been that to right. Still could be. The paranoia is enough for Splash to find his own another 3K. It seems like Del 3 might have met his arch nemesis. Everyone scoring hat tricks on the side of TYL. Maybe Liu Kang, though, got a chance to inflict a little bit more damage. 2 Spectres and 5 kills on a Bulldog. 1 orb away for the Sage, but as you can tell, Scales nowhere near. High-low on the other side. Yarvi and Sufat now thinking about it. There's the first foul. No trade from their side. And Scales is trying to work his way back into that one, but ERV is really left dead to rights in that spot. 6 bullets remaining in that gun. Oh, the TP! Wrong time, wrong place. Liu Kang, yes. Single shot away from death, but he can still find that one. And ace denied. And he tips the scales for TYL.
Oh, that was close. That could have happened. That there was on the horizon. There's he finds. I was in shock the minute he got that 3rd kill. The minute he got that 4th kill versus ELV, I'm like, there's a chance there, right? As Liu Kang struggling in the previous round was a big part in the fact that Vanguard fell on that post plant and looking to make a statement of himself. Look at this. Look at Liu Kang, especially for these mid-round conversions. As we spoke about it, those A main fights oftentimes going to be the cause for success if Trace wants to mount some kind of comeback here. And it looks like it's going to be an A-pop fast super, or not super PB, sorry. It is super PB. I thought he was on Sage. Oh, he was on Sage.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it Scales on Sage.
He was on Sage previous game. Yeah, he was on Sage previous. They swapped roles to optimize things. But yeah,
I
super
like
PB
it,
was
right?
the solo anchor there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Scales is doing a lot better on the Sage right here on this map. At least for now, though. It's not going to be the man of the hour. If anything, it's everyone but him. Here on this A site, expecting a half buy. The utility doesn't do much to ERV, but up close and personal, Stinger is going to get the job done. They play off-site and are able to trade 1 for 1. No HP on
They dropped the
Splash.
spike as well.
Yeah, but here comes the heal from the one side, though. The Outlaw still very valuable in a round like this. Nobody's above 140. So it is an operator. It's not going to find that much, and there's a chance to stabilize and try to play for the post.
Yeah, 4v4 is Scales meandering his way over. Just clearing mid, making sure, getting all the information, making sure they have enough context for this A retake.
Hey, they tried to cancel the context. It's going dry, and High and Mighty is slowly 2 kills from the Outlaw, and it is going to be peace in town. As even the closest that Trace have gotten, still not enough to take over TYL.
Yeah, they've explored this, they've explored mid to B, mid to A top mid, they've explored A twice. Not finding any value here at all is TYL on top of it at every step of the way. I think they've just, the only thing they haven't explored really from Trace is that B side of the map. And I don't really understand why, because the only person stopping it is Chamber. I guess they don't have the guns. They don't really have the utility to flush Chamber off of it, but it's a round 4 timeout. The previous one there was
effects.
Yeah.
Like it gets to the point where you know how it feels when basically like the term has to be mental boom, but it's not really the mental. It's like you've been battered so hard that like you're instinctively scared of taking the duel. I feel like they reached that point this series, and that's why perhaps Trace aren't as confident in taking their trades, because truth be told, their trades were, I just gotta be frank, horrendous on map 1.
I think I don't know if it's a mechanical mismatch. Maybe. I feel like there's so many layers on TYL that we don't really, at least as spectators, we don't really see. Right? There's small things like the fast lane from Neon being sent into elbow to isolate the front side guys and the elbow guys, and then you have the operator or the outlaw holding that entire A main line. So that if someone swings through it, then Neon doesn't have to worry about it as much, you know? That's where that first kill from Slowly came from. So there are a lot of layers that we're not fully conscious of. You can see it if you glimpse at it, that TYL is doing exceptionally, and Trace is just getting outclassed in that macro sense. But we did speak about how changing coaching staff might accommodate that. I think Sufat is one of the IGLs that brings a playbook, brings protocols with him, because he's very in control of how he wants to IGL and play the game. There's less of an adjusting period, there's less of a teething period when that happens.
And the great things here for Sufat is I feel like really the team, the culture, and even the style is all a match between what he wants to deliver and what he has, right? Like, he has a player that is a bit flexible in scales, that plays more of a carry position, despite the roles not being really a carry one. But, well, Kai been able to find a couple of those before. Let's see if maybe from Boba things are going to be different. Paranoia on one side, Splash now put in harm's way, and Omen on the other side. They try to go for the clear. Stun is good. Immediate trades back and forth. Funfungus find the one. Still, even with the resurrection in hand, doesn't really have any near corpses nearby, so it's not going to be a factor in this round. In comparison, the Tour de Force is out. And now Splash doesn't have anything left out of his overdrive. He will need to shoot his way out of this one. Here comes the fast lane, and they are able to find F-Key. Another chance, maybe. Not going to be the case. Another 3K, this time, courtesy of Slowly.
Wow, the retake was just done before it really had much time to develop, I guess. So it's a bit dire situation there on that retake. They were isolated in 3 1v1s. That fast lane created a lot of issues that they forced to swing back sides just to get any kind of info or context to where the retake's coming from. And slowly with that, Tour de Force finds it. But it's one of the things I was comment about. Kai being willing to just send it, right? This is nerfed Neon, I think. Kai's just willing to absolutely send it. It feels like she hasn't changed much. Right, I feel like her fundamental gameplay patterns oftentimes.
I mean, the biggest nerf is the shotgun nerf, really, not the neon nerf, right? So you're not sending the judge, but the Phantom
and it's
is
velocity,
still,
I think.
Yeah. But it's still the Phantom is still as scary. It's the jumping velocity, not the running velocity. He didn't have to jump there, so he wasn't slower.
And he's full speed slide as well.
No, second time around, they take over A main aggressively. This time, setting up slowly on an operator. In a very good angle. They've conceded mid initially. But as you can tell, like, Trace haven't really developed the round nowhere near enough. Even if they have, they only got one Guardian. That's the only real threat from their side.
Man, look at this B main aggro as well. Threats in the Sage Wall, get that orb as well. It's good opening, especially for Traces. Oh my god.
Please, that's not so gentlemanly. Out of view there slowly. 9th kill this half, and apparently not gonna fare that much better on the B side either, because TYL are one step ahead. Trademark, but across, and 2 players at market, or at least close enough to market, but neither of them are looking at the market door for now. So, this really all falls on the IGL. Patience and Sufat sees does not capture much, and they could try to repaint their way back into the A side. The Paranoia does not catch the sniper, but the Headhunter is not gonna find the same degree of effectiveness. Now Sufat under a lot of pressure, slow orb on his side, but it's not been tested yet. Steps from the other side. They're unaware of where the fate is. Oh, this is doom and gloom, because the IGL can just swing, makes it clean, even immediately got the reveal on the other side, and it's easy work for ERP. He has read them like a book.
Can you not hear Sage slow? Like, when someone's walking through the Sage slow, I swear you can hear it, no? That's what I was thinking.
That they thought it themselves. I think that they thought it's themselves making the noise, not him.
That's outrageous that Sufat gets 2 there, because I'm fairly certain with the info you had, he was stepping around and you could have heard it, but it's okay. It's not okay if you're a Trace fan. It's definitely not okay if you're a Trace fan. You kind of demand a bit more attention to detail there, but I'm also speculating that you can hear it. But the big thing here is TYL it feels like everything's just coming up roses for them, right? Everything's just so convenient. Slowly, with a headshot and a full sliding neon, and then also killing an omen on a jump spot is outrageous behavior. And if that's the way that Tyler's going to be playing this game, it's going to be a really rough and painful experience for Trace.
And you know what? Usually me and Medante would be talking about how we want to rescue Delby out of the team. So far, really, it has been Kai carrying most of the mantle. Able to find that kill, and Delby's the first to fall, funnily enough, from the side of Trace. Resurrection, probably not the best course of action. ERV is holding from one side, but they do not break enough of the wall. And this res still could come through. They're actually fully contesting it on the side of Trace. And they get their numbers back. All 5 now alive on their side, and maybe the best chance yet for Trace. They continue to corral onto that A side, at least very obvious from their intentions and their positioning. A full-on elbow commitment, and gotta be honest, I'm kind of surprised they didn't take that orb. They could have had both the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Spit here.
Yeah, optimization's not quite there, as he potentially teed up to do some serious damage from this position. Super 2, that's a big double kill, and he has the Nightfall as well as that Cinema. That's Scales and Sufat close it out, but Sufat with the double kill is the Sufat with the double kill based off of ELV's early contact, and he's an animated fellow, isn't he? Yeah,
he's always been one, but honestly speaking, I think that this, like, I cannot believe the amount of 3Ks that we have without no man being in the server. I think that we might be on breaking the record for 3Ks for a single versus 3 at this rate.
Potentially, and it's on the back of just he gets 2 isolated fights, and all of them are so advantageous to him. Most of those last 4 kills that we just saw in the replay, no one was looking at anybody.
Oh Kai, my sweet summer child, the arrow is not enough for you. Don't walk into the line of sight. It's an operator that is always going to have the better of them. Trace just being bulldozed, really. Like, is there even that much to talk about this game? It really does feel very demoralizing if you are on the side of Trace. That look at that, the coordination not being there for the paranoia. The play just being too slow. TYL are just able to slow it down themselves even more.
What did Kai have spiked? Oh no, the spike's gone.
It's round over anyways, right? They're gonna try to contest it, but there comes the peek from elbow. Even when FK gets that one, it's just a matter of seconds before he goes down. Yes, he's got the Hunter's Fury, but doesn't find his first shot there with the Sheriff, which is a bit of a bad omen. Slowly holding that line, forced off to rendezvous back, but immediately, as you can tell, the insurance policy is being activated. Scales is not that far off and creeping even further. The human drone is not just for a distraction. Sufat jumps around, yet still is able to find a trick shot.
Yeah, and that's I think the state of this game. TYL just having fun, and Trace just trying to hang on at many moments. As we spoke about optimizations not being quite perfect there, but Kai having the spike, sliding in, chasing after with the overdrive is it's so rough. As the coach, you're burning both your timeouts just to get to patch a lot of the holes. You're not even using any of them to press the issue. You're not giving your team an opportunity to just press the issue. It's all just damage control right now. As TYL's 8-0, and that's a lot of damage to accrue this early in the game.
Mind you, like TYL, when they made a run that deep that they did in Evolution, perhaps a lot of us didn't really think much of it. Because you think about it that way, right? EDG's main team wasn't the one playing, it was their academy team because of Evolution rules. They got a win over a Billy Bitty that didn't have YZ. So that's already a massive asterisk, but truth be told, it was a pretty good performance on their side. 13 lines on both Breeze and Lotus in that one in Evolution. And the point that I want to mention is that they lost 2-0 to Nova. And then, when you look at the Consolidation Final that they also lost, they played all 5 against All Gamers. And to be honest, it didn't look bad at all from that perspective if you look at All Gamers, but still, like, you look at that result and everybody's thinking, like, yeah, it's Evolution, like, it doesn't really signify much. They didn't get a win over anyone, even in the EWC qualifiers, out of VDG. So that kind of was a worrying sign for TYL in the offseason. But they're looking a lot better this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if that's they look sharp. That's the big thing. They're looking dangerous as well, as slowly opens up that kill onto Kai, who's alone in B main. They're just sending him solo contact B, so maybe a bit of individual inspiration required here if Trace wants to mount any kind of resistance here.
To mount the offensive though, you'd really need setup. You got the Viper, the composition is all about finding picks like these, but even then, how does Flash get away with one? It's a little bit criminal from the side of Trace. Right now, LB is going to be deleted, and TYL has taken over the game. Nothing yet for Trace, and perhaps the thought of a 13-0 might still be looming after all.
I mean, if there's ever a game to do it, it's probably this one where Trace is, seems out of form, seems out of body, seems not really clued into how they want to be playing the game, or even how to respond to TYL. And TYL having fun in every sense of the word, right? In literally every sense of the word. And like you mentioned, no one really looked at TYL to be this potent, but I think the TYL that everyone had expectations for is a TYL that was super babyless, right? So the impact one individual player, especially someone who's such an emotional engine that can just drive your team to be better, act as a false multiplier, is massive.
And I mean, you look at it, right? Like in the server animated, the players feel like you look at their screen. To be honest, I've always thought that TYL is one of the teams that had like the full-on, not fully serious face, but they were a lot more serious in comparison to like you'd say an XLG, for example, with No Man. Teams like All Gamers who are like running the Aura train that apparently all the Gen Alpha kids are now into. But well, whatever the team is into, apparently is going to be a debacle either way, because there's an operator on the other side. And Scales this time found no! What? And that's a spike as well! That's a spike! That might be the whole round over! 35 seconds left on the round, and look at this from TYL. The 3-player stack, the push deep into elbow, and even if Trace gets that ace sight, they have nowhere else to go. They're boxed in.
Oh, look at Kai potentially. He can do something. Slowly misses his shot, but Scales finds his on the other side. Finds two, finds three, finds four.
My god.
Double brace back to back is how is he getting away with that?
4K.
4K. Bro, how does he get away with that? He walks out of the market door, smoke. Doesn't even get the jump on.
Barrel out, mind you. Yeah, like
and he finds him, kills him, drops spike, and then still goes CT and kills 3 more. Oy, that's
so sharp though.
Yeah,
absolutely
very sharp.
Ridiculously sharp. Like, look at that. Even on the jump, Kai was not a problem. My god,
I mean, it's expected. He got an ace. He got an ace last round. Like,
you know, we were talking about sharpness, but this is getting dangerous. And apparently, what we are getting is that there's a little bit of VM on the stage. Apparently, Scales was yelling one at a time because of the 1v1s. Well, it's not going to be one at a time for Slowly. Poor man is going to be corralled by 3 players in elbow. And some signs of life, maybe. Fibrillator here. Spark that could ignite something for Trace. Every time we talk about the 13-0 gets cancelled. Maybe it is on us after all.
I think it's our due diligence as casters to stop
reverse
the 13-0. Yeah, we have to reverse curse it. Because every single time a 13-0 happens, Magnum gets gray hairs.
Magnum, be very prepared. It might be there. Oh, that's the first half. Well, the wall might not be enough revealed on that side. They try to peek into him. Skills!
No.
What is going on?
No.
Grace, please!
No.
Please, no! Oh my god, he almost had a chance to kill Luo King as well. Oh, they got the one on the board. I'm getting gray hairs, man. And they don't even have much. Like, guys, please.
Imagine a world I think the problem is the fact that he thought it was possible. That says, I think, is a testimony to how rough this game has been for Trace, right? There's so many optimizations that could have happened, man. If there's a body closer to him when he was dropping down short, he could have rezzed, and then that's a 11th round on the board for TYL. But we're not thinking about what could have happened. We're thinking about what has happened. Trace getting their first round, but in 11 rounds.
Oh, a missed shot there is a problem, but not too much for slowly. Love that he's still as aggressive. The resurrection, you know, doesn't really matter. It's the 12th round anyways. You might as well give it a go. But the great thing for Scales is he's got the right idea. Drone on that side, and F key apparently needs to find the F4 at that point. Not a chance for Trace. Deleted all across the server. Seized, denied. And by royal decree from the original Red Dragons, they are not given an inch on the sunset. Apparently, this kingdom might not have much sun, and they'll be hoping that shadows cascade and seal their pathway towards the A site. But well, lo and behold, the Lady of Shadow and Nightmares herself, wielded by Sufat, might find the timing to bring this round to a close. They're waiting on their timing. They're being so patient, and they've evaded Sufat actually. So it's gonna be a 4-on-2 on the post, most likely. But it might be too fast for Trace to expect, because they're look at how close they are.
Yeah, and that's the 5th person up as well, Splash. The resurrection pops, and it's a 5v2. Things are looking pretty dire. Health not in the most ideal states. Kai is one foot in the grave and the other foot in elbow.
Liu Kang knows how dangerous the HP is. That's why he wants to take an advanced duel. For Kai, the paranoia catches him off guard. Great work for ERV for pushing off the one. Liu Kang identified and deleted. That is no problem whatsoever. TYL, concise, coordinated, and flat out a tier above.
Yeah, and it's another 11-1, but things are different, right? The previous 11-1 Trace was on the defense side, and they managed to get 2 rounds back-to-back off of a massive pace change on Breeze. They're currently on the attack side, having conceded 11 rounds to the defending TYL side, and TYL now in full control over that, right? They don't really have the luxury of a strong anchor sentinel like the Cypher or the Vice to actually deal with any rush, and TYL has shown in previous iterations that they will just go B, especially with the Sage. You can just go B, wall off market, and fight CT. So, it's gloom, you know. I don't know if you that sense of dread, especially when you get to the tournament half, where you're anxious about what's going to happen. And I think TYL has a sense. Some of the faces in the crowd potentially have a sense as well.
Yeah. Let's be real. The anticipation, I don't think, is going to rise that much. Like, everybody's just getting ready to take the train home at this point. Yeah. Some people jubilant, some people dismayed. TYL fans definitely rejoicing at the resurgence of this TYL side that looked also lifeless the previous stage and the aforementioned EWC. So, I mean, again, for me, at least, from a personal perspective, organizations like TYL and All Gamers were some of the very first orgs that I have seen or heard of from China in the FPS region market as a whole. So it's really great to see some of what people would say the forefathers of Chinese Valorant actually getting something out of this one. Of course, like I don't think that there's going to be any discussion that EDG is probably one of, if not the biggest organization in China. But like, the other teams for me are, like, at least my introduction, right? And for TYL, they've been chasing this so much. They've been chasing, looking like Championship Imperial, and even if they cannot be the likes of EDG and XLG, and that we will know in the future for sure, at least still somehow steal their way to champs. Remember, only the top 2 are making it through direct invitations. The remaining teams are going to go there on points. And TYL are not doing too bad in terms of points for the year. But, of course, as you know with this system, each and every single win matters. It's points for Shanghai. They would love to be in their home crowd for Sufat perhaps to get another chance at an international stage.
Yeah, the stakes are bigger than ever, right? It's the Fnatic versus the Fnatic and the London Masters London situation, right? You ideally want to be having. You ideally want to be going to this champions regardless, just based off location. You know, most of your fan base is here. Most of the people that got you to where you are, most of the reason why you play is here. So, Balu, on the precipice of greatness, on the precipice of being more than just a precursor, slowly falls. Delby finds that first kill, and TYL on the back foot for once. Delby finding 3 kills on the board is massive.
It's gonna be amazing work for Trace there on the answer, though. Fong finally showing some signs of life alongside Delby, who's with a bandit in his hand. But the RV is probably equipped well enough. He's got armor. At least will protect him against body shots for everyone. And he's still got his paranoia. Maybe he can get the drop on them. F-Key's there. And well, that's a lot better for Trace. But it carries over Deja Vu from Breeze.
Yeah, the first round, followed by the second one, followed by the resurgence of TYL. That's a crazy shot. I think Slowly had no business to be there and gonna get punished summarily for it. Because Trace Esports looking lively. I think that's the big thing. Looking lively, taking initiative. They start with that B main walk all the way across mid, going to tiles, and then build from there. So let's see if this team can carry over some of this good momentum going into the A side. But Trace raring for A hits, it looks like. Fighting heavily for the zone.
Lovely stuff from Luo. Yeah, like, he's able to rule as king over that ground. And apparently the rest of Trace are not letting up on the duel either, so TYL tried to butt heads with superior guns. And I guess that is usually the expected result. Oh, a chance maybe for the Headhunter. That's one. But it's done. 3 alive. Good enough still for Trace. Definitely enough lethality on the bonus. But even if it's quote-unquote a bonus, they need to buy in. They don't have any second chances.
Yeah, running out of... I think they have very few opportunities to be making mistakes here. Right? Very few. Like, this is not even in terms of round by round mistakes in terms of macro, it's micro as well. Right? You can't be losing a gunfight. You can't be missing a dodge. You can't be missing a slow. Everything needs to be perfect from this point on. If any kind of resistance is viable, then everything needs to be perfect. And if there's any slight misstep, if there's a gap in coverage, if there's an angle that's held incorrectly or a duel that's lost, could be spelling doom for Trace.
Doom for Trace is something, but triumph for TYL is everything for them. The drone, well, it's gonna give enough information. They heard the audio cues. They had the support. Oh no, that starts to be messy from TYL. 2 unforced errors. One was a player taking their chances, and a second, Luokane getting away with daylight robbery. And now a scale splash and Sufat that remains. You know, we're speaking of the whole point situation, just to remind you. I do believe that teams like EDG, XLG, and All Gamers are probably all but confirmed to stage 2, pretty much. I think that with the 17 and 15 points of EDG and XLG, respectively, they are qualified, from what I understand from the math. The question then becomes, you know, between All Gamers, DRG, Billy, and TYL. I think those are like the true forerunners for those 3rd and 4th positions. And apparently, there's going to be a 3rd here for Luo. They line up for him. And Splash is not having a good time all alone on Neon with, what, no time to have? I guess it's still okay from Trace, right? But it's still quite a while until we can say that they have any room of tying up this one, and even any room of making us think of Lotus just yet.
Yeah, Lotus is very far away and is on the back of a lot of elbow grease and a lot of efforts. Splash finds the first one, and Delby ducks the bullets. Finds Splash on the second. It's like you mentioned, I think, in the grand scheme of things, a couple of teams are very secure in their positioning and posited for further success. And it is a brawl for like what, third to sixth, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it's
Like the brawl is I think from AG onwards, right? Like as we said, AG's actually doing pretty okay for themselves. They got 10 points in total. 4 from kickoff, 5 from stage 1, and a point in master. Meanwhile, DRG's on 8. The next closest team after that too is just on 4, which is a tie between Bilibili and TYL. Just a point underneath is FPX, JDG, and then Nova, TEC, and Trace are all on 2 points each.
I would do the math. I've learned from a very wise person to never do math on cost.
Caster math is not the best.
Don't do math on cost. But basically it's the summary of that is that it's TYL has to basically place very highly in this tournament and surpass
and
giants
prey on
like
the downfall of
AG and
Bilibili.
DRG. Yeah. Praying for downfalls.
Could be coming actually here. Because Trace looking sharper and sharper. Pistols only, but they're able to get a plant. Somehow sneak away over to market. A chance maybe for Splash and ERV to peek off the back of each other. How did ERV get away with that second kill? Where's the trade from Trace? Oh, Feng Feng and Luo Kang are too scared to walk into those pistols. And by the time they do, the wall is still there. There's support for ERV in terms of Splash. First kill found cleanly, but the Neon doesn't find much, even the slide doesn't net the kill. Sufat might get the chance for one, doesn't find either. Now needs to stay alive. First part of the stick is out, and Orb is gonna be enough of a distraction, but he needs to shoot Feng Feng. He's out of bullets. Feng Feng survives, and Trace still on the ropes. No match point for TYL just yet. But this got dangerously close. You can look there in the camera. Sufat is still happy about that one. 4 players down, considering how little they invested.
And it's on the back of ERV playing that to perfection, basically. He takes that first kill, takes that first TP to get onto site, TPs into market to find that second and that third kill, and it's on the back of, I think, a misdirected slide, if I'm being honest. Surely you should have slid on the other side of the wall, doubled up at Sufat, and then played for the B main post bond. Would have found a bit more efficacy, or even back up the stairs. There are so many options there, and if you made the correct decision, that's a TYL match point. But Trace, forcing the first timeout of TYL, gratefully so. They have no timeouts of their own to speak of, so. Okay. Volt, I feel like we've done enough speculation on the grand scheme of things. I feel like this is one of those sit up and watch games at this point.
I mean, I'm just going to take my time. Look, I'm going to take my time to do the math, okay? Like,
you're going to take it, yeah, pull out the paper, pull out the scratch, don't worry. I'll watch the game. I'll let you know what's happening.
Yeah.
But TYL, basically clean and dirty. Yeah.
Let's say this. Let's say that EDG, XLG, and AG are all making it, right? Because at least from current form, from what we've seen from them, they seem to be easily making it, right? Then the question becomes, you know, out of DRG, Bilibili, TYL, and FPX, who do you think can actually clinch that 4th position? DRG, mind you, with a 4-point lead that they have right now, and Bilibili on paper seems to be a really good team, but unfortunately for them, results have often been elusive. And for Trace, not being elusive about this whatsoever, blunt and forthcoming, and maybe that could have been a problem for them here. The counterplay is good, the util forces the issue back, and Kai perhaps wandering a bit too far forward.
And this is the slowly we've been missing the last couple of rounds, right? The slowly that's getting those first bloods, those opening kills. Been relatively quiet, but he's 19 and 8, just not showing that impact, not showing those numbers on the server.
You know what? Looking pretty okay though for TYL here. Delby is unfortunately not really having a good game. It just has to be said like that. Not his usual self, and could be enough of a detriment that TYL are taking over the game. They've managed to get the right read, pulled some initial footsteps towards B main, which pulled all the attention away from the A side that they're moving to right now. And even with a late player at Tiles, I like this Sufat, right? Maybe not every team would have their initiator lurk that far, but because he doesn't have any more prowlers and he doesn't have the C's anymore, I think it's very valuable, because even from his position, he could still chuck in a Hon that will be enough of a reveal for the players playing on site. And with the setup they have, It's going to be very heavy on elbow, with just the chamber on slowly, trying to be the early warning system for the rest of the team.
3v5, the first advantageous post blunt in favor of TYL. Slowly teeing up here, finds the second, looking for the third, finds it. Big one for Pengfer, getting it, stopping the rampage, but it's a 3v1 and it's too many targets. Target-rich environments, a splash. Closes out the round, drags TYL, and I emphasis on drags TYL to match point.
Yeah, I mean, a drag, yes, but at the end of the day, it was bound to happen.
Yeah.
At least it happened in a good enough fashion that you should be happy about it. And 3K on the board again. It's pretty much
3K.
I swear, like, here's the thing, Nomad is infectious. Not really back in the league just yet. We're seeing more of them, hopefully, in the coming weeks. Apparently, for Trace, Kai wouldn't be seeing anything. And Liu Kang will have all the light taken off him in the initial 10 seconds. That's one for a splash, and perhaps the coup de grace, as they would label it, is getting things over. One from the chamber, and the overdrive is enough. The lightning beam takes away last breath. LB, he's been quiet all day long, and Fong Fong only got an operator, so it feels even more unlikely with that kind of setup. But let's trust in the quality. I trust that LB might actually make this a little bit entertaining, but let's see if he's able to do that here.
Operator v operator.
Oh, that's one winning. The resurrection from TYL. LB is really struggling to find the shots and splash! Oh, that goes in the highlight reel for sure, even if he's not playing the Phoenix. That was crisp, clean, confident, and look at that joy all across the board from TYL, and it's well deserved. Not for a millisecond was Trace even competition for them.
Yeah, I think it's very competent. We are seeing. I don't want to say that like Sunset is in CN a defender or attacker-sided map, to be completely honest, because CN has its own eccentricities when it comes to comp design and just the way they like playing the comps. But I think the big thing to take away from this is that TYL struggled a bit when it came to the defensive prowess of this map, but on attack side they flourished at every other way around. Defensively they were fine. Attacking wise they struggled quite dramatically. But TYL walks away with this. The sea of white jerseys shaking hands in the middle for a game well played. As TYL, one team walks away the victor. TYL gets their second win for the stage, and Trace struggling to find their first.
I just want a red TYL jersey for Shanghai if they ever make it there. Like that's my dream. Okay, I'm gonna be picking that up immediately. But for now, their newest pickup is gonna have a great week to start. Everything going oh so swimmingly for TYL, and really, I don't even know what to make of this, right? Like, of course, the groups is something that we can talk about, where at least for Group Alpha, there's other teams like FPX, EDG still there that haven't played a game, but I think that they're at least confirmed for like, maybe a third at worst, but most likely top 2.
Yeah, but I think the one thing I'm very cautious about is getting too ahead of myself, especially this early in the stage. But we're going to go into an interview. We'll have more to yap about afterwards.
You guys got two zeros this week. It seems like you're a new team with really high firepower, so why did you guys start so well today? He says, as a team, the atmosphere is very good. They're all very eager to win, but they don't overheat very much. After celebrating, they'll make sure that everyone else it cools down so that they're ready for the next round. Map 1, you guys got a really big lead after the first half. Your lurks on Viper were really scary. So no one could guess where you were, so I wanted to ask, what's your style when you play lurk? He says he's relatively brave, so if he thinks there's only one person there, he's willing to go 1v1. He'll let the IGL know, like, hey, I'm going in, or whatever is going on, and the IGL will tell him to just go ahead.
首先是源于你自己枪法的自信吧，再说到你刚刚也说到跟指挥的配合，因为你作为一个边线，相信也是毫无疑问是需要跟你。
You have to cooperate a lot with Sufat with your role. So how has it been adapting to the new IGL? He says at first they weren't super familiar with the style that each other wanted to play, but with more scrims, these two were comfortable playing together. They were comfortable looking at the game together and planning out strats of who was going to do what.
是的，就是看到无论是正面还是你们的边线都能够两面开花，真的是非常漂亮的一场胜利。那再说到今天图2的日落之城，因为现在
Sentinels have been buffed in this version. You and Slowly got very good cooperation on map 2. What do you think are the advantages of playing double Sentinel on Sunset? He says there's a lot of smaller choke points, so with Sage, who got buffed in the previous version, and Sentinel, but Sentinel as a whole was nerfed recently, or for the previous couple versions, so Sage is very good for these small choke points specifically. Then your next match will be against EDG. What do you have to say to them? Be ready for us. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it's time for the prize draw.
Full of character,
great
yeah.
Vibe. Yeah, great vibes. That's really what you can tell. Like, even looking in the middle of the interview, right? I think that's something that perhaps a lot of teams in CN have benefited from the most. When you think about like XLG and where they've actually leveled up, is when they got someone that basically changed the environment. And I think that's really good, right? Because like, yeah, Sufat is always going to be that player. And it's really good to see that both, you know, like a serious player like Scales is talking about how like, oh, we're integrating the system, we're doing this, we're doing that. Meanwhile, Splash is like the absolute opposite end of the spectrum, and he's just having the wildest of time with his IGL.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Especially with when you're a team that has been struggling to find any kind of success, you need a mix-up. You need some kind of change, and if Sufat is going to be the light at the end of the dark tunnel of unideal results, that might be the change you need, right? And everyone seems to be enjoying it. Everyone seems to be taking it so quite well, and I mean, you can't take it much better than a 13-3 and a 13-5, no?
Yeah, and of course, you know, a big thank you to Moon for the translations, where from it, I guess, you know, like, they were talking about one element that definitely did show up on both maps, which is that they don't really overheat much, which is one of the things that was really the Achilles heel for the old Wolves lineup at times. But it's so good that, you know, I feel like all the stars are aligning when you're thinking about it that way, right? Like a system that is as loose and aggressive that allows players like Splash and Scales to shine, but also a team that has built a foundation on people that are rigid. You know, like, of course, I talk about Destroyer and Swordline and the TYL that we've seen, and they got the best of both worlds when they combined together.
Yeah, I'm always in awe of Sufat, by the way. Wait, where did he come from? Toronto?
Yeah, Toronto was like
the scene from
comeuppance.
Toronto. Yeah, he just came up from Toronto and he's just been consistently good, I think. Even at Wolves, I think he was one of the highlights of it. So.
反击，来，来，等等，3、2，跑了 ，Go， 好，右边，打3次，3，No， 不拉，打到了吗？听我扣，我们2个打 elbow，我来看小道，哎，孙哥东打孙哥，等我，哎呀，等我，我等你了，我得回去了。我给了个烟，小飞，我带着中好吧？一点我放了，门关吗？门没关。换我换在后面换。拉上去 ，OK。 来着，明显。滴，等会不知道。要飞吧，他在后面。喂，要不，往要不走了。他有清楚，120，一滴血。Nice! What happened? 没事，往后击，没事。Nice punching, OK？ 没事，我们赢了 ，Nice！ 所以为什么我们有5个队友 ？Nice！Let's go！ 我来慢慢走。3个，有墙。我还有黑，莫西，我还有黑，帮忙，赶紧帮忙。太包了，黑大一个版本。小飞，我给你针。对，右边黑，好点。Nice！ 要补一个。要不？小飞！小飞 ，Winston！ 我跟你说，这次不只是小飞，是小飞 Splash Win！ 还有黑，小飞小心点。OK， 我站立小，全队5个都在。不，上了，我被黑了。有人小飞，我慢你了，好 ，Nice， 他上了，先这 Nice， 还有，长盾来了，2个 ，Let's go！ 阿 Ken， 你知道这里是谁的家吗？是小肥味 ，Let's go！
Wow, immaculate. Those vibes, absolutely unmatched. And you know what's the greatest thing? We were talking about a man that didn't have the biggest of starts. You know, like it was I guess in the namesake, a slow boot there from Slowly. But man alive, when it come down to that second map, especially on the defense that they were talking about, he really was the linchpin of that defense, looking as impenetrable as it did.
Yeah, he wasn't contested as much, and when he was contested, it was just constantly under control and easily handled. Is making the chamber work in every single angle on the map, especially defensively. Is Slowly, and he's going to walk away with a well-deserved MVP. And it's crazy to think that he can function under what I can describe as just noise when it comes to post round. It's just happiness, excitement, jubilation, and joy, like at the end of every single round. And he's managing. Maybe that's why he has a consistent environment to succeed. He does good things. His team recognizes it. They praise, they uplift and move each other along, trudge along everything. Even Sufat, popping himself up, making sure that everyone is feeling comfortable, praising each other, raising each other to a higher standard. So Slowly is our match MVP for this map. Scales got, I think, match MVP for the previous map, and TYL gets 2 maps for their own, the 2-0 in favor, and a couple extra points on the alpha group stages.
Yeah, I mean, I think the statistic that kind of tells you the story of this game is really the posts, right? 2 out of 3 for TYL. They only lost a single one. 1 out of 7 for Trace. Like, whether it was the times that they were lured into the site or the couple of rounds that we've seen in the team comms there from Sufat and the rest of the team, really impressive work, you've got to say, from the side of TYL as a whole. And well, this is probably what you expect when you see a hexagon, right? Like, somebody's having a good performance. It's like extended slightly on all the angles. I don't know what Scales was on about for that last time, but even then, like, Splash, we haven't really been talking that much about him in comparison to the rest of the team, but I feel like we're underselling him a little bit, right? Like, he's one of the main 3 when I look at that TYL team. Is between him, Scales, and Slowly, that I thought, okay, that's the core that you can build something on. I want to see a good IGL, I want to see a good system, and see how far that team goes. They got that from All Gamers, where their element was firepower, and they're able to get Fang gear, and look at how far they are right now. And now we're getting that from TYL, and to be honest, the sky seems to be their limit.
I think the duelist role is a very thankless role, to be honest. Especially when it only shone more in the double dive ideas, where you can have just one person just baiting for someone else and then the other person be the flex. Now we're leading towards more of a sentinel meta once again, where we are having players like the controllers and the sentinels having to deal with 3 to 4 bodies at a time and actually dissect a lot of those issues from moment to moment basis. So Splash, I think, is doing his job. I don't think Splash cares as long as he wins, right? He doesn't need to get 30 kills if Slowly's getting 20 something and they're winning every single sunset map for the rest of time and eternity. So yeah, he's doing his job, but it's not, like you said, not to be underestimated. I think Splash has unexcused, like, the opportunity to create a lot of ripples in a lot of the games. Like, his impact, when it is felt quite dramatically.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen a lot of impact from some of those Russian imports over VCTCN. Of course, Zolkashu is always the one that gets in the forefront of everyone's mind for good reason, but this time, it was another young prodigy, not Fangir even, it was Swagzer that really had an impeccable time in Nova's game. Sure, a team performance, but clearly you can tell that they were able to rely on him to be the force to slow down FPX with their new look. And that leaves probably one final point for me to think about. For the two losing teams, right? I think that we can sing praises for the winners, but even more so for Trace, since they're our loser for this series. Where did they even fit really in the system, right? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, like, are Trace supposed to be where Nova was last stage and where FPX were as well in stage 1? Because I don't really see where they're gonna fit into being a contender, as you can tell there, with the 3 teams that are over on international duties and EWC still not playing. This is gonna have more shakeups. TYL probably are still gonna be at the top. FPX, I don't think that they're gonna make it to top 2. But then Group Omega is where things get a little bit messy in the long term. But back to Group Alpha, who are Trace are even supposed to beat at that point? That's my worry. I think that they're not even gonna get a win at that point.
I mean, there's a world, right? There is a world, especially with EDG playing EWC right now, is creating a bit of an opportunity for teams like Trace to patch up a lot of their weak areas. But speaking of schedule, this is for the next couple of days, not necessarily tomorrow, but in a couple of days' time. Wolves versus AG, and then XLG versus Titan Esports. I think they have adopted a new sponsor. There's a new name that's eluded me right now, but yeah, two big games, 2 head-to-head games. We get to see AG and XLG coming off of that EWC tournament. I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared for them because that's a brutal schedule. We saw how NRG went from playing North America domestics to doing EWC qualifiers, to doing Masters London, straight into EWC, you know? Now these guys are doing Masters London, EWC, they're still doing deep runs, and then in the matter of 2 days, they're going to come out again and have to perform even more so, and heaven forbid your EWC run didn't go well, and now you have to buck momentum, so...
I mean,
it's going to be rough.
It really didn't. Let's just be very clear about something. Not the best of looks for China, at least in this event. Hopefully Shanghai is going to be different, and you know what, that's the thing that we're always talking about, right? That what is going to be happen domestically, because the domestic level is really where things do matter. And mind you, those times are in China time, as you can tell, and if you are a keen of mind, you would have noticed that that means we're back to our normal start time. So we're going to be on an hour later compared to this week, since there are no other events that are conflicting in schedule. So all good for us. That means that we get a little bit more of sleep. And for all of you guys, those games are going to be on Tuesday, of course. That's Wolves against All Gamers and XLG going up against Titan Esports Club. And we'll have to wait and see how those pan out for that one. A lot of eyes on XLG's return, as you said. But I'm really actually more intrigued than All Gamers in their game against Wolves and how that one is going to go. But I guess that means that for us, this is going to be it for that. Thank you, of course. For everyone that was here earlier, both Kets and Grammy, and of course you here, Reger. Like, a special thanks really for Grammy for covering over when I have my own set of issues, and a big thank you to Magnum here on the production, and of course Moon as well on the translation duties for the day. And well, best of all, thanks to all of you guys for tuning in. So without any further ado, guys, we're gonna have a day off. So see you all on Tuesday. Without anything else, goodbye. Have a great night.
If you catch my drift.
Forgive me, but